some of the stuff doesn't translate as good. Like, I definitely get what she was saying, and I definitely understand what she was saying, but to do it virtually, it will get lost in its content. But I thought it was good, though. I definitely.
And I'm glad you said that, JP, because stand-up comedy traditionally, in a sense, has always been a male-dominated profession.
Right.
And so, and going to you, Talent, what do you think about that? Being a male-dominated profession, how do you think Just Pam fits in that?
Well, first of all, the hell with all that. JP sound like Dr. Fauci. Well, if you take the vaccine, and don't be afraid, this is not Tuskegee. Listen, let me tell you something. First of all, I loved it. Right away, I wanted an office job. I wanted the bitch at the office. Why not? Right? You got the lady at the house, wife, fiance, whatever you want to call her, girlfriend, baby mother. But if that ain't going good and you forgot to take the garbage out, get an office job with an office bitch. That was great. I like it. The one thing JP hit on the nail on the head is we are in a new hybrid season. And we got to figure out, it's up to the comic to figure out how to transcend through that lens. You know what I mean? Come into your living room and affect you to the point to get that same laughter that if you were sitting in front of me on a velvet comedy club chair with 2 drinks in front of you. I thought it was good. I think it's her perspective. It's fresh. Can't nobody be you but you. Ain't that in the song, Imagine? Nobody could be you but you, right?
Beto said it. Beto said it.
Nobody could be you but you. I loved it, Ray. I said all
Talent,
that.
you know what? I'm kind of glad you said that too, because all of us during this pandemic, we had to become creative. We had to make it work. There's a lot of comedians, A-list as well, that cannot do Zoom shows because they kind of require or necessitate that individual or that intimacy with people in the room. So creative comics and comics that have a lot of confidence have been able to, you know, transform and be able to speak in a lens as if there's an audience there because they're very confident in their material. So Imagine, so what did you think about her set?
Me personally, the only time she got my attention is when she yelled out my name, Imagine. And I was like, uh-oh, what did I do? So it was like one of those little moments, like, but she addressed it and she was like, it's not you, so I calmed down. But then after she kept speaking, after saying my name, I got a little concerned because there was a lot of, you know, explicit stuff going on there. And my name started first. And I was like, oh my God, what my wife is going to do? Because if somebody hears this, my wife is going to be like, well, so who was that over there talking about that? Well, I will have to reverse. Anyway, I think she got me in trouble. Basically, that's it right
Okay, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, Imagine has had too many Budweisers.
Yeah.
No,
So one more time.
I had a
give it up.
flashback of when my wife smacked me in my face because somebody else said, Imagine.
What?
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Back to
one
you,
more
Bob.
time, let's give it up for Just Pam. And if you're interested in voting for Just Pam, please read the information on the screen so she can advance to the next category. All right? Next up, we have a guy that's kind of new to the game. Love his energy, love his confidence, and he happens to be Latino. Please put your hands together for Mr. Julio Diaz.
What's going on, y'all? Represent Brooklyn. When Corona first happened, I didn't know how important I was to my neighborhood. My whole life, I thought everybody hated me because of my job. Then around April, it hit me that I was essential to my community because I worked for FedEx. I didn't know I had all this power, man. I know that life is all about perspective. I know y'all see a young face, but I'm all about perspective. Before I got the job at FedEx, I hated FedEx too. They act like it's my fault. I live on the 6th floor, no elevator. Deliver my package, you're lazy. If you complain to FedEx, they leave you a sign downstairs saying, I'm sorry, we missed you, sir, you wasn't home. I don't have a job. I was home all day waiting for that package. They don't even ring my doorbell, nothing. They just leave it downstairs acting like people in my building care about me. Ain't nobody in my building care that the package at Julio Diaz. They're going to steal my package and then make fun of me because they know it was for Julio Diaz. Hey, there goes Julio. I just stole his shirt. They're going to laugh at me. And then I got the job at FedEx, and that's when perspective hit me. I'm not going upstairs either. There's some people in the studio not laughing. It's because they on my route. I don't care. Even if you move, you still never see your package, all right? It is a FedEx problem. It's not just me. When I got there the first day, I was like, you know what? I remember what it was like to wait all day for my package. I'm going to try to deliver 84% of my truck. You know, that positivity, that positivity BS that we like to do. Showed up that first day and I saw 3,443 packages. I was like, ain't nobody going to see none of this. I checked every package. I thought they were playing with me at work because I'm the new guy. No, apparently everybody in New York City lives on the 6th floor. No elevator. I checked every box. 6B, 6D, 6E. One of them says storefront, Macy's. 7B. How y'all up there? Y'all not a storefront? Who's y'all clients? Angels? Ain't no come down here, all right? I be tired. Ain't nobody, you know what it is? People act like I just work for FedEx. I go to sleep in the truck and I wake up the next day in the truck like I don't go home. People like, yo, why you don't want to do your job? There's no bathroom on this truck and I got to use the bathroom, all right? You going to let me use your toilet? No, I'm trying to get home, please. I'm trying to deliver this package. You understand what I'm telling you? There's one lady, I rang her doorbell, and she was like, yes, I'm on the 6th floor. Make sure you come upstairs. I was out of breath. I was, can you meet me on the 3rd floor at least? Please. These people be acting like they the only ones on my truck. It got so crazy. I didn't care who you were. It wasn't nothing personal, but you were just another package on my truck. I got home one day, and my father was like, can you believe the FedEx guy left my stuff downstairs? And I was like, yeah, it was me. FedEx over family. I don't know you anymore. Apply for the job, and maybe I'll love you again, Papi. It got so crazy. Y'all remember when people were looting around May and June? They pulled over my FedEx truck, talking about, hey, yo, run everything on the truck. And I was so upset because it was already 8 p.m. The day was done. I'm like, why y'all trying to rob me now? Come back tomorrow, 7 a.m., same block. You got to have the whole truck just tell them you hit me. Came back the next day, there they were. Hey, yo, run your truck. I was like, all right, cool. Please, just don't hurt me no more. Call my manager up. I'm like, yo, you won't believe what just happened to me on East Houston. He was like, what happened? I was like, yo, they stole the truck. And he was like, come back, there's another one. I was like, oh, my God. Stop ordering stuff. Please, leave your house. Go do something. It got so crazy, I just started beaming packages out the truck. I roll down your block, I wait till it gets quiet, FedEx, and just throw it at your window. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, thank y'all for having me on the show because I just got fired from FedEx, so I really needed this. Julio Diaz from Brooklyn, New York, thank y'all.
Julio Diaz, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him. Whoa,
Oh, man.
incredible energy, to the point, aggression. Name of the game. Sometimes you need that in stand-up comedy, guys. What I thought was the best thing that he did, and we are all so familiar with this, we all relate to the fact that we're shopping online, Amazon.com, everything is online. And we all know what's relative is something that will awake people when it comes up to stand-up comedy. So imagine, what did you think about that performance?
I think I had fun with it. It was rapid fire. The words were still clear, which was good, and it had its direction. And I rode the ride with him. That was pretty cool. I had fun with him.
Wow, nice.
That was fun.
JP.
First off, it was emotion driven, and that was dope. I would like to see him after the pandemic and see if his set still rides, if he's able to take that same aggression and put it in a regular set. And he did classic things in comedy. The first thing that, if you didn't notice, if you noticed, he milked his joke. Like, he took it from point A to point B and damn near left no stone unturned.
Right, he became a client and then he became an employee in his own joke.
Yeah, well, yeah, but there's nothing else about FedEx now that I don't know. He has definitely milked his joke. He's definitely shown aggression and emotion in the joke. I'm curious to see what he's gonna look like after the pandemic.
And I also think there's a lot of us that can relate to that. Your package is downstairs, and a lot of times it gets stolen. Yeah. That is something that does happen in the hood. So, Talent, what was your feelings about it?
Well, my feeling, first of all, there is no after the pandemic. It's the end of the world. This is it. Get used to it. They're gonna have next week. They come out with the mask with the hoodie on it. Trust me, this is it. But no, I like them. I mean, I got my new phrase for my new T-shirt. FedEx over family. I love that. That right there. That's a moniker to go for life. That's branding right there. FedEx over family. Got to do that. And he was throwing the packages. He's not a FedEx delivery guy. He's a paper boy. You know, a paper boy used to fling the paper, but he flinging back, you know, fragile stuff, man. I like it. I agree with these guys. Rapid fire. Sometimes you got to do that. Remember how we were just talking about transcending through that lens? That's a way to get there. Like, you know, if you rapid fire and you ain't leaving too much breath in it, then, you know, all that stuff matters. It's like a on-point monologue with energy, if you will. I like it.
Yeah, I thought overall it was great as well. And you know, we all know about catchphrases and, you know, imagine you have pow pow and Talon has it's just comedy.
Yes.
And sometimes you're remembered by that. It kind of stands out to the audience. So that was our last stand-up comedian in the stand-up category. Please put your hands together one more time, all the way from Brooklyn for Julio Diaz. Great job. Now, some comedians make good actors, but some are just awful. Let's see how well the comedians do in this next round. So here's the scenario, guys. You're walking home and you come home from work and your wife is standing at the door with a box of Magnum condoms. What you need to do is convince your wife that those condoms don't belong to you. So first comedian up, again, comes from Brooklyn, New York. Please put your hands together for Julio Diaz.
See? You done snooped around and you found the surprise that I got you, man. Yeah, that's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother, man. You know I don't feel those out. Why you think you had to take birth control before we got married? You think the Magnums is for me? Thank you. Nah, yeah, that's for my brother. He's coming through. And, yeah. Yeah, those ain't mine.
You good with that, Julio?
Y'all want me to look in the camera? Like, y'all don't really look in the camera? Like, if
Yeah, look at the camera like it's her.
All right. Let me try one more time.
Yo, wow, disrespect. You
got 60 seconds.
I can say that was clean
You want to use a lifeline, motherfucker?
Nah, you was good.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna do it one more time, Bob. All right. I feel good with the first one. I'll do it again. Go for Julio? All right. What's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's what you get for looking around the house. You done ruined the surprise I got you for your birthday. That's for that threesome you always wanted with my brother. Come on, you know those ain't mine. Why you think you was taking birth control before we got married? I don't fill them shits out, babe. That's for my brother. He's coming through. He got the crazy. Just get ready. Yeah, that's the best y'all gonna get from me, trust me.
I'm gonna give you one more shot, all right?
All right.
Because we're getting ready to dismantle your ass. So I'm just saying.
I appreciate y'all for believing
No, it's
me,
all
but
good.
We all start somewhere. I'm confident with that.
So,
You good, yeah. All right.
so you get home and your wife is standing at the front door with a box of Magnum condoms. Julio, you got 60 seconds to prove that those are not yours. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, babe? Huh? You see, that's why I don't trust you. You always around, sneaking around the house trying to find things. I got that was a surprise for you. Yes, that's for that threesome you always wanted. You remember my brother that you always said is better than me somehow? Well, he's better than me in that too, all right? Yeah, he don't wear regular condoms, so I was trying to get, you know. Now you ruined Valentine's Day. Now you're gonna have to spend that by yourself. I hope them condoms fit your vibrator. Goodbye.
All right, let's give it up for Julio. Not too convincing, but that's Julio Diaz. Imagine, let me go to you first. That's your Latino brother. What do you think? Convinced or not?
Man, I think we should have done it 8 more times. Maybe, I don't know. I wanted the door swinging. I wanted more like details in the sense, like, you know, like if he's walking into the door, I expect him to like kind of like, oh, hey, what do you know, like,
How did you
like
do it?
like we need to feel that she is there.
How did you do it?
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I
how did
felt.
you do it when your wife asked you?
Well, I would like, you know, that's not mine. That's it, because she knows.
So
She
and
knows the signs.
then for me it was what threw me off was the brother part, because I don't know if that's too relative with us, especially in the Black and Latino community. The brother,
But it
Tyler,
was a
what you
good
think
lie.
about that?
It was a good lie.
Well, first of all, we talk about the Magnum condoms or the Magnum ice cream, because that's delicious. But
He
anyway,
is, hey, Tyler, he is big.
but I just thought it was, you know, in a journey of trying to unconvince or convince, you know, we got to, you know, TMI, you know what I mean? We got to know the size of the brother. That bothered me. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. You know, I wanted
JP
to-
Justice. Maybe you could be in the justice in this category. Should we take him to court on this one, convincing or not, Jay?
Hold it, Tyler said he's disappointed. He said we know too much about his size. All right, okay, here we go. First off, no pun intended, it was short. He only had, he had 60 seconds. And in pure male fashion, you did not use up your time. And if she found male condoms in your house, there's a role playing switch in here. Like what are you doing with another size condom? Like that don't sound like boyfriend. I mean, brother, that sounds like boyfriend.
Right.
Yeah. I think maybe he should have threw the comedian part in there a little more.
Well, I
You know-
think should have gave him, you know, we're talking about sex and condoms, give him at least 2 minutes. Jesus, everybody knows 2 minutes is the regulation time.
Standard.
All
It's
right.
standard.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Julio Diaz in the improv acting category. We're gonna go to our next comedian. Let's see how the ladies represent. Please give it up for Just Pan. Okay, Just Pam, it's a little different for you now. You've been married for 5 years, your husband and you just don't use condoms at all. As a matter of fact, he doesn't wear a Magnum condom, he wears a medium latex. So in your situation, you run outside to your car, your pocketbook is on the dining room table, your husband looks inside, he sees a box of Magnum condoms. When you come in, he's holding that box in front of you, convince him that they're not yours.
Okay. Hey. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Yo, I'ma kill her. Remember the girl at work, the one I told you that's cheating on her husband? She got caught the other day and she gonna put the condoms in my pocketbook. We had this whole conversation. Remember the dude that I told you about she was talking to, the one that she was like meeting in the parking lot after work? Yes, remember? So she came home, her husband was like in the driveway waiting for her. So she saw him and they been cheating ever since, but she put him in my pocketbook, was supposed to take him back. Like, we might as well just use him or something, I don't know, but I'm gonna kill her. Matter of fact, bitch. Yeah, you know exactly why I'm calling. You try to get me killed. Yeah. I'll bring him back to you tomorrow. Stupid.
All right, that was
All right.
60 seconds for Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. I don't know about you guys, very convincing to me.
It was.
What do you think, JP?
Convincing. I like that that it's improv, so she didn't stop with using everything she had.
Okay.
She pulled the phone out. She used everything she had. First off, what were you doing with these Magnum condoms again? Get this slide together. Say it one more time. Tell me. No. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Imagine.
Yo,
I mean, if you was a West Indian husband, and you know she came home and she told you that, what would you think? What would your response be in Jamaican?
don't lie to me, you hear me? Don't try to ramp with me. Lie. I be a lie. You lie. That's a lie. What? Be a lie, you say. Move and go, liar.
So you don't think that she was convincing?
Nah.
No? Talent. What do you think, Talent?
I think she got me. I think I was convinced because of, like JP said, one, she used everything she had, but her ad libs and expressions, like that was all black woman right there. Like, bitch. When she called and said bitch, I was like, oh, the other girl's in trouble. I believed it. I thought it was good.
For me, it was the cell phone at the end that was convincing for me, because she actually picked the phone up and was going to call her girlfriend. And guess what? And it's a joke that Talon says all the time on how women usually collectively collaborate and they get their lives together up front. So let's hear it for Just Pam in the improv acting category. Next up, again, like I told you earlier, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, the nephew of the late, great Dick Gregory. Please put your hands together for Mark Gregory. Okay, Mark, she's waiting for you at the front door. She got that box, that gold box of Magnum condoms. 60 seconds, convince her that they're not yours. Here we go.
Man, so you found some condoms. So, well, I never lied to you before, so I'm not gonna start lying now. Looks like I'm caught. I'll be honest with you. What can I say? I was cheating. But here's the thing, though. You're not about to put them condoms on me. Because the chick I was rocking with, I've been going raw the past 3 years, okay? Yeah, Keisha. She got her tubes tied. There's no way she can get pregnant. I haven't been wearing condoms. So while you trying to jam me up, the real question is, whose condoms are those, okay? I don't wear condoms with you or with her, so I have no need for them. So again, whose condoms are those?
All right, let's hear it from Mark. Mark Gregory, y'all. Mark Gregory in the improv acting category. What you guys think? I couldn't really get a feel of it too much from over here, but we'll go to talent first. Talent, what do you think?
First of all, that was my favorite scene from Cornbread Earl and Me. That's first of all, I loved it. He knocked that, he brought that home, brought that all the way home. I thought that it was a total different approach. Wasn't bad, total different. He owned his own approach, took us in a whole different direction by admitting he don't even wear condoms. I thought that was deep. Like, that was deep. It can't be mine. I don't even wear them. So, I mean, it's acting chops there. You know what I mean? But it's definitely his own take on it and everything. Very solemn and serious. Like, I mean, the humor wasn't there. Maybe people were looking for the humor way out, but without the humor, I thought it was deep, man. I'm telling you right now.
I'm glad you made that point, because it doesn't always have to be laughter. You don't have to find humor in every acting situation. JP, what'd you think?
Well, Talent went to public school. The word he was looking for was ironic.
They killed Cornbread.
The fact that he took you on this journey, and then when you thought you knew where he was going, ironically, he goes off the trail and off the path, was excellent. So I like the fact that you got comfortable thinking that you know, and then he took you somewhere else. And it was humor. I thought it was deadpan, subtle humor. I thought it was real low-key, subtle humor. But you would laugh at a situation like that if you saw it on a screen or something.
So
like that.
basically, is it fair to say, JP, that since we didn't really know the direction, it became captivating
And
because we were waiting for that next move?
And then and the humor came in the fact that you didn't know.
Ironically,
yeah. I went to the same school he went to.
Yeah, right. Your Talent did go to public school. I'm glad you know that too. Let's go to Imagine for the final opinion.
I think the fact that he did not laugh or break a smile or anything like that was the most powerful part that made me laugh inside. So it was still funny that he was not trying to laugh and hold his face. But then it became a moment where I felt like I should take out my phone and record this, because this looked like he's about to smack somebody in the face or something. I felt like there was going to be a fight. Like, you know, when you take out your phone and be like, oh, it's going to happen, but then they walk away and be like, ooh, that almost was going to be a situation.
Right,
But,
he did look kind of serious.
Yeah, no, he did.
Borderline threatening.
Yeah, that's why I was like, well, okay, but deep inside I was cracking up.
See?
Because he held it. It's hold it. He was committed. and he released.
And you laughed inside.
Yeah, I laughed.
Let that be a lesson to you boys and girls at home.
I laughed
If
inside.
all of you laugh inside, we're out of a job.
Yeah.
Bring it out.
So overall, Mark Gregory, good job. Round of applause for Mark Gregory in the acting improv category. Stay right there. We got more coming at you. It's Laughaholics Comedy Battle.
Rated Sean, OG yeah, the city. Laughaholics.
Y'all know what it is. DJ Gully in the building, Mr. Incredible. Give it up for him. You know what it is. Ray DeJean, the OG in the city. It's time for the last category. And this is going to be crazy because I believe that this is the first time that it's done in stand-up comedy. You ever seen a freestyle artist in hip-hop? Somebody throws a topic at them and they take it off the top of their head and they create some lyrics on the spot. Well, today that's exactly what we're going to do in the last category. It's called freestyle. I'm going to throw a topic at the comedian. They have to take it and do a joke and present it in 60 seconds. Are we ready for the freestyle? Yes, we are. Coming to the stage, our first comedian. He's been first in all 3 categories. Let's hear it from Brooklyn, New York. Julio Diaz, freestyle. What's up, Julio? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, Ray.
You good? All right, man. So, you know we've been in the middle of a pandemic, COVID-19. We've all been locked down for a while. So I just think it's appropriate, since we've been experiencing this. Here's the topic, pandemic. Go with your joke.
Pandemic. I feel like a lot of people during the pandemic were talking about stuff that's changing for them, like, oh, I can't go out to the club no more, I can't go to the bars. But the pandemic and COVID is changing real things. It's taking away our rights. If you get a ticket in New York, it is your right to fight it in court. And everybody is supposed to go there physically. But now, because of the pandemic, I was the only one physically in court. Everybody else was on Zoom. The judge, the jury, my lawyer, the custodian, everybody. I was the only one there like an idiot. The judge was like, I can't see your evidence. I was like, because your camera's off, Your Honor. Turn it on. After he found me guilty, he was like, oh, okay, can you hit the gavel for me? I was like, are you serious? I'm guilty.
Julio Diaz, everybody. Julio Diaz, give it up for him. That was creative. That was creative. Yeah, a lot of the inmates are feeling that, guys. The inmates are feeling that because they can't go to court. So some people that are just being detained, man, it's just taking months and months for the inmates to hit court. So that was kind of creative because that is happening. We'll go to Imagine first. Imagine that. Imagine.
Yo, that's exactly what he made me do. He made me imagine the whole scene. It was in my head. It was very vivid, very rapid, but straight to the point. Good job.
Good job. I like that. Let's go to Talent. Talent, what'd you think, man?
Yo, that right there, perfect. Knocked the ball out of the park, grand slam, whatever you want to say right there. In 60 seconds or less, he got it done. You just said pandemic, and that's probably one of the most relatable things right now. If you look at our new vice president, Kamala Harris, that's what they talking about, man. Criminal justice, get these cats in court. You know, Zoom or no Zoom. Hey, man, I think I got a court date next Tuesday.
It looks like the judge are feeling this. So you know what they say, and we're all stand-up comedians, they say, subject, setup, punchline, subject, setup, punchline, in that order. And usually when the punchline comes, JP, it's like it's a surprise. You're taking somebody in a direction where you weren't expecting it. How'd you feel about his performance?
One thing I like is that he stayed consistent to what his personality and persona is on stage. He still had that high energy, that laughable anger, but you really did see him create on the spot. And cats don't realize that your improv skills is like putting another bullet in your ammo when you go on stage, because you never know when you have to call an audible when something ain't happening in the audience. So you can just show one of your bullets and show one of your guns, and he definitely had it.
I thought it was well done. I like the setup. I like the whole creativity and how he got to the punchline. One more time for Julio Diaz. Give it up for my man.
OG of the city, I could call him Rated Sean. OG of the city, Rated Sean. Laughaholics, keep a smile on your face, on your face, on your face, on your face.
It's DJ Gully out of the Q Barrel, East Elmhurst to be exact. Fellas, y'all feeling that beat, fellas? Y'all feeling that beat, man? I like that. He's real creative on that set over there. Let's go. You know what it is, Just Pam. This is the time for you to freestyle. We already gave you the instructions. You know what you got to do, and I'm not going to be unfair about this. I'm going to give you the same topic I gave the comedian before you. The topic is pandemic. You got 60 seconds. Let's hear it, baby.
Okay, pandemic. It's hard for me because I just lost both of my parents to the pandemic. Like, my father's funeral is tomorrow from the pandemic, and I just buried my mother a month ago due to the pandemic. But I'm gonna try to bring out this pandemic. So I'm gonna say I've been trying to get closer to my family, you know, my daughter, but I realized through the pandemic that my daughter don't listen for shit. All she do is listen to social media and watch TikToks. So when I'm in the house, I'm like, can you do the dishes? Can you do the dishes? Do the dishes. Right now, kitchen. Gotta get the dishes. Everything gotta be put into a TikTok for her to respond. But I got them dishes done. I'm your girl.
That's Just Pam. Give it up for Just Pam. Creativity. And she started off, fellas, she started off making that connection, got our attention right away.
Yes.
Talking about the loss of her parents. Immediately, you're focusing in on that. What'd you take from that, JP?
I don't think she caught our attention. What I think she caught was our sympathy, and that cued us in. Oh, let me hear it. And then at the end, she delivered. So she definitely made us, oh, wow. And then she brought in the funny. I like how she expanded. She didn't just take the word pandemic. She took situations in a pandemic. The TikTok is things that will be associated with pandemic, will be the things that, and she definitely did a thing. She rocked it.
And do you think like TikTok is something that kind of grew, even
in
if
the
you look
pandemic.
at the numbers behind it during the pandemic?
During the pandemic.
TikTok, like the followers have increased so much. Imagine, what'd you think?
I feel that basically it was a roller coaster. It was like, it gave me that feeling like, wow, okay. And then she gave me comedy, basically. She took it from drama and then gave me the laughter.
Ooh.
So great job, that was good.
Like
Yeah,
that.
so
both
even when
emotions.
someone is under the influence of marijuana, they still get a joke.
No, but that was the only reason why.
Okay.
No, that's the only reason why. Come
Working
out.
through Sabbath. But why'd you talking still?
You don't even see it. There's a cloud right here. Poof.
It was definitely in the cloud, literally. Talent, Just Pam. And you know what? It's a lot more difficult for the females because, again, we talked about how stand-up comedy is a male-dominated profession. And so when they come in, they got to come hard. Did she go hard, Talent?
Absolutely. You know how they always say is levels to this shit. And I think that 60 seconds showed levels. I mean, you seen her side of, you know, relating to the pandemic with loss. Then you see her come out of loss and end up with a TikTok dance. Like, that's comedy to me, man. Like, you know, we have to make people laugh no matter what kind of day we having. You know what I mean? And I told her, you know, hey, man, I respect that. You know, I lost plenty of relatives, you lost your relatives, but we still hit that stage, man. The dance was hot too, yo. I think I'm gonna download the app.
Yeah, it was something like this.
One more time for Just Pam. She did her thing in the freestyle battle. Yeah, this is getting hotter and hotter. Remember, you guys, look at the bottom of the screen. Take the information if you think that she should advance to the finals. We're only going to pick one comedian out of the three in all three categories. They will advance to the final. All right, we got one more comedian. Y'all stay right there. We'll be right back. Mr. Incredible DJ Gully, you know what it is. Last segment, last comedian, last joke. It's time for you to just pay attention because you're going to have to vote very, very shortly. Remember to look at the information on the bottom of your screen. Only one person can win. This is our last comedian in the last category. You already got your instructions, Mr. Mark Gregory. Let's let it pop. 60 seconds. The topic is pandemic. Let's go.
Yo, I will be glad when the sneeze is socially acceptable again. Remember when it was, right? You could be in the car with your homeboy. You sneeze, he will say, bless you. Hey, if you need a napkin, it's in the glove box. Sneeze in somebody's car. Now, y'all could be on the highway. He will pull over to the shoulder. Yo, you good? Now, when you got in my car, I asked you, did you feel a little COVID? You said no. Okay, now you got sneeze residue in my automobile. Okay, no, you're going to have sneeze debris in my car. Yeah? Sneeze is a weapon at this point. You could rob a bank with a sneeze. No gun. You just go in there, nose tilted up. All right, everybody get down, huh? Put the money in the bag. I'm sneezing on everybody. Achoo. What? It's not a game. You could rob a bank with a sneeze.
Mark Gregory, y'all give it up. 60 seconds pandemic. Creativity is the name of the game tonight, and these comedians have been bringing it. It's going to be kind of difficult. Now, we're just consultants, basically. We're not really judging who's going to win, which is a good thing. And I'm, happy to say that we've given the comedians some constructive feedback, in each category. So we'll go to Imagine first on this one. Imagine, what'd you think about Mark Gregory?
I think he went straight to the point. Gave us a nice visual in the car. He sneezed twice. I put my mask on while he was talking. He didn't know, but he's about the pandemic. Keep your mask on.
Well, he's about 32 feet away from you, Imagine. I don't think.
Yeah, but still, I don't care. No, they
You
say
don't care?
it travels.
Talent, what's your feeling about it, man? I like the presentation. I love the delivery.
Hey, ain't nothing to talk about, Ray. I think he won this one, man. I mean, as soon as he went over there, he didn't even have to use the mic. The sweater is a pandemic sweater. So as soon as that sweater hit that lens, game over. Game over. Everybody go home.
He Cliff Huxtable. Bill Cosby, huh? You hear that?
Now, considering, when I introduced Mark Gregory in the beginning of the show, we let everybody know that Dick Gregory, very infamous comedian, also a philanthropist, and he represented us, but he was also funny. Do you think that puts him at an advantage, JP?
Well, clearly Mark was adopted. That gene didn't last when it got to, no, I'm only joking.
Damn.
Hey, JP.
Damn.
Where's the love, baby?
No, I thought, I really thought, this is what I really like with all of the comics. I like how they broaden the topic. You told them pandemic, they took pandemic and took elements of the pandemic and made jokes. So all the comics did it, and he definitely did it great, and he animated as well. So it was definitely good.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ray,
talent.
the real question is, you thinking about whether he has an edge or not because of relations to the late, great Dick Gregory. Only if that's Dick Gregory's sweater passed down to his nephew, I say that's cheating.
It's an heirloom.
Guys, hey, guys, besides the contestants tonight, first of all, let's clap it up for all the contestants. Appreciate them coming out. It's going to be very difficult, and we're going to turn it over to the audience out there, wherever you are in the tri-state area, especially Brooklyn, Stand Up, or around the world. Vote for who you think is best. Remember, you can only vote for one. But the pandemic, we've all been affected. JP, Imagine, Talent, we've all been affected, and we've all come out of it with some great material.
Yes.
And what kind of experiences have you guys had besides the show tonight?
With the pandemic?
Yeah, with the pandemic.
That the pandemic was selective, because I was looking forward to some other people dying, and they still here. So I want to know,
Wait a minute.
like, is the pandemic, you got a number for pandemic? Because I got some people.
Now, and a bunch of us have felt that awkwardness. We've been doing these Zoom shows, and it's like an empty room. You're talking into a screen. If you're a comedian that has any sort of animation about them, there's no real room for you to become animated. It's like if you don't have straight material that's going to have somebody laugh, it's like you're kind of doomed. And I've noticed that there's a lot of A-list comedians that don't even attempt to do anything online. What do you think about that, Talent?
I think that's how you get lost in the sauce. I think the world of entertainment is constantly evolving, and that's where you get the word reinvention from. And right now it's just another era of having to reinvent yourself and getting towards that hybrid, if you will. How do I make my funny transcend through this lens or this camera, whether you're using a phone, your home computer, and laptop. It's a new situation, and you got to learn to do it. Just like outdoor venues are. We stepped up our outdoor game. You know what I mean? Like, it used to be a time when you do maybe 1 or 2 of those a year, a festival or something in the summertime. But now you find yourself doing way more of those and getting your chops up. You're reinventing it, man. Comedy is always going to be comedy. You telling jokes, people listening to jokes, you got the joke teller and the laugher together, you have stand-up comedy.
And I think one thing that Talent's referring to when he says outdoors, the drive-in has become very popular. And in the drive-in comedy show, you can't really feel the people because they're in their vehicles. A lot of times their windows are down, so you don't feel that intimacy of comedy. And I've seen a lot of comedians on my stage bomb and fall flat because they didn't have any confidence in their material to keep pushing forward. Imagine, what do you think about that?
Just like Talent, said, you have to evolve. You have to, put yourself in the mix. so you could be part of the source. Yeah, I've done maybe about, I would say about 20 Zooms already. And right now, since I've done 20 Zooms, my first 5 was a little awkward, but after doing 5 of them, I've learned to how to handle it. I get a little more creative with my background. The lighting is different. So it's almost, it's a learning process, but hey, it's a challenge. And if you're really into comedy, that's what you're facing with. So hey, I think he did a great job. All the comedians.
And JP, we'll end with you. What do you think overall with the Zoom and the drive-ins and?
Well, one of the things with comics, and this is the comics magic. We're one of the most adaptable forms of art. Like you can put us in any situation, and we're going to adapt and mold to the situation. As far as the old heads, the vets in the game that don't want to get involved with this new hybrid of entertainment. They'll wait around until it comes around, and then what'll happen is they'll see, first off, this whole pandemic, this whole time has yet to emerge a star. So right now, this whole time period is still looking for that star that encompasses and embodies the whole situation. So it's still evolving. It's still pretty new, and I like the creativity that the comics are now coming up with.
I want to thank all my judges tonight, and of course, we're going to go right back to you. Those of you who are watching the show right now, look at the bottom of the screen. If you think Mark Gregory should advance to the finals, you know what to do. Follow the information, Just Pam, and also Julio Diaz. So let's clap our hands for them one more time. I want to congratulate those comedians for doing an incredible job. And this has been the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Stay right there. We'll let you know who's the winner very shortly. Let's give it up for my super DJ, Mr. Incredible. DJ Gully did his thing today. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in. If you've been watching the show, the first episode of Laughaholics Comedy Battle. Have to acknowledge my judges tonight, JP Justice, and on the panel, and also Imagine, and of course, Mr. It's Just Comedy Talent is in the building. Most importantly, we have 3 contestants tonight. They've been battling in 3 categories: stand-up, freestyle, and of course, improv/acting. They all did their thing. So let's acknowledge them first and give them a round of applause. Great job, guys, and I see a great potential for them in the future. However, it's up to you guys at home to vote right now to see who's going to the finals. It's your choice, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely your choice. We do have a panel. I am the host, but it's not up to us. It's up to you guys. So vote right now. Laughaholics Comedy Battle, first episode. It took a little bit of time, ladies and gentlemen, but the votes are finally in. We want to thank you all for voting. We have a final tally, and the Laughaholics Comedy Battle winner is, all the way from Dayton, Ohio, now living in New York City. Let's give it up for Mark Gregory. Yes, this was a hard choice, but I think he excelled in the stand-up category, and he did his thing in the freestyle and also the improv and acting. It's time for us to be taken out with some great music by our super date DJ, Mr. Incredible DJ Gully. Take us out, baby. We out.
Welcome to the limit.
Hit 'em low,
Hit 'em low.
hit 'em high.
Yeah.
Got to know, talk or die. Don't tell me no, ain't that perfect try. I'm an outlaw, I'm Mr. President. Got something on my mind. Got something on my mind. Kid, I'm scared. Do it right.
Do it right.
Got no job. Come on now, you can fight. It's Mr. President.
Yeah, come on.
Running it, bleeding from my holster. And I'm speaking it just like I want to. I'm the man, you the boy. I'm the truth, you the toy. You wanna act up? Well, I can take your joy. You can ridicule, I'm Mr. President. Got something on my mind. Got something on my mind. Kid, I'm scared. Do it right.
Do it right.
Got no job. Come on now, you can fight. I'm Mr. President. Running it, bleeding from my holster. And I'm speaking it just like I want to. Gunning it, nipping by my holster. I got the power, so what you gon' do?
But it really don't matter. Obama, Bush, right down to Clinton. Bush Senior, Carter, the Reagan, Ford, the little Richard Nixon. More than the man, it's the plan, the platform, and the jurisdiction. Pinocchio, move out your pair, don't talk ahead, centralize to your vision. 99% probably fiction, and one left over truth. You better listen to mission and strike. You sound decision, you listen to shit they had in plain sight. Now you mad wanna fight. You should be pissed, you got it right. That's why I rock in that love. You like ain't no politics, my white plan to take flight. I got something on my mind. While the natives on reservations.
Something on my mind.
Police killed and booked their vacations. The population in prison amazing. Disproportion color to Caucasian. Invade nation, monetary inflation, murder and taxation. Grease the foundation.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
What you say?
Say.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Did you hear?
Did you hear?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah.
Got to get your bread so I can run the grind. It's about the damn Mr. President. Got something on my mind. I got something on my mind. Get it gone or give me love. Gonna get it all if it takes your blood. Running it, bleeding from my holster. And I'm speaking it just like I want to. Gunning it, flipping out my holster. I got the power, so what you gon' do?
Welcome to the limit. Get money. This tune is for the Donald. He ain't my president. Mr. President. I'm Mr. President. I'm Mr. President. Get it. Yeah. Welcome to the limit.
Give it up. You are now hip and getting a fix of Welcome to the Limit here on B-Side, where the dope is live and the dose is unlimited. I am Queen God Is, happy to be your guide on yet another musical high. Let's clap it up one more time for W2TL. All right, let's get into this. We have a lot to talk about today, gentlemen. Are y'all ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. So first, I would love for you to introduce these two gentlemen behind you, providing the soundscape.
On bass, I got Christian.
Christian, what's up, Christian?
On drums, I got Adriel.
Adriel, how you doing? Hold it there, and I'm gonna do the introductions for both of you because this is a special episode of B-Side, and I'll tell you why in just a second. First of all, this introduction and the beginning of the show is inspired by Christian's bass, which I'm gonna talk about in a second. So here we go. We got Mr. Devin Lee over here, AKA Buttermilk, AKA Royal Son from the Royal Slum, AKA, I wanna say, if I can give you one more, owner of Pal's Lounge in Georgia.
Give it up. And right here we got Mike Flo, aka Pick Gregory, aka Dave LaPelle, aka Masud Asante, aka Michael Flowers, aka Daddy Flo, daddy of Garvey and Pilly, aka RBG DJ, aka host of B-Side sometimes. Give it up for Mike Flo. So to round out these introductions, we are going to take a little journey to south side of Chicago, the home of Michelle LaVaughn Robinson, which is where you were born and raised.
Absolutely.
Made your way to Atlanta, which is where Devin is from, Atlanta. And now we're here in Brooklyn. Let's start the show. Fill in the blank, both of you. You get a chance. Brooklyn is?
Brooklyn is electric.
Electric. And what about you, Devin Lee?
Brooklyn is solid.
Solid. It's electric and solid. Go ahead and marinate on that. Yes. Okay, so let's go back to Christian's guitar. I heard from Bird that this guitar was made by a relative of yours?
Yeah, my uncle.
His uncle, which is, you're not Mike's, but I wanted to include you also in here because I know that you're a big part of the sound and the vibe, so thank you for being here. But speaking of family, I want to dedicate today's show to what I feel like is the spectrum of what this collaboration represents, the ancestors and the youth. And somewhere in between these two extremes, which are not really extremes because they're obviously connected, we get W2TL, Welcome to the Limit. I want you to tell us, Devin, about your great-great-grandfather, Mr. Robert Lee, and then I want you to follow up, Mike Flo, about your children, Garvey and Pilly, and talk about how these two generations, particularly these individuals in your life, have influenced not only what you're doing now, but like your journey up until this point. You dig?
Well, my great-grandfather, Robert Lee, a lot of people called him Buttermilk, which is where I got my name. Growing up, they used to call me Little Butter. He is my great-grandfather, and he is the one who started my legacy on Auburn Avenue. Auburn Avenue, where my club is, Pal's Lounge, is in the historical Martin Luther King district. And so it's the oldest black street in, in the A. It's, Black Wall Street in the A. It's Black liberation, entrepreneurship. So, I was raised in that self-awareness environment.
And let's get a quick history lesson on the term buttermilk, right? So whoever thought buttermilk and rock and roll would be two things that we put in the same sentence, but buttermilk is kind of a form of rock and roll if we follow your quote that rock and roll is a soundtrack of Black liberation. Buttermilk is a smell of Black liberation. Tell us why.
I mean,
do you know this story?
I don't know this story. I
Okay,
don't know
so
what you're
this
talking
is
about.
really phenomenal. So the reason why the town is called Buttermilk is because it smelled like buttermilk, because a lot of the people in the town could not afford fresh milk. And so when you would pass by this particular town, you would smell that sweet, buttery smell, and so it became known as buttermilk, or AKA Black Bottom. And so I just think that that was a phenomenal thing that I learned while investigating about you and your great-grandfather.
Yeah, because there's an area called Buttermilk Bottom.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
that's kind of, yeah.
It's connected. I
That's
feel
the
like it's
area.
connected to the story. We're going to talk about that some more. Talk to us about Pilly and Garvey's dad, the Flows.
Our paths intersect in Atlanta because I went to college in Atlanta. I'm from Chicago, South Side, born and raised. Moved back to Chicago, birthed two beautiful children. Well, I didn't birth them. Their mom birthed them.
You participated in the process.
A little in and out, in and out.
Got it in.
And yeah, and they are, affirmations for my life. They are ever present, omnipresent, and keep me focused and keep me balanced.
What's one word that through your music you want to leave? What do you want to leave for them in one word through your music? Through this?
Freedom.
Freedom.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Which is a great thing to inherit. So thank you, great-granddad Robert Lee, and thank you to the younger generation. Shout out to Garvey, who's sitting in the front row, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go into the next song. The first song we heard was called Mr. President. We're going to talk about that, too. Give it up one more time for W2TL. The next song is called Jump. Give it up.
zone. Where's my chick? I'm on the throne. I got some pretty little things in my mind. It's coming down on me like sunshine. Fly by night, black as a crow. Walk that plank, jump like you know. I got too many other things on my mind.
Come on.
Still she gon' ride with me like sunshine. She ready, shaking Colombia, Tokyo, raging in Berlin and Sappin.
Revolution.
Kisses in Paris, I'm heading Jamaica. Ass in South Africa, revolution.
If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. Let me see you move your body. Let me see you move your body. Baby girl wanna get in my bag, I'm going Guinea-Bissau. Travel down West African coast, south to Cape Town. Hands up, it's a shakedown. Tune it up for me, face down. Recognize this royalty, baby, maybe you could touch the crown. 10 toes when I touch the town. Dedicated to move the crowd. I got faded in London town, that's up to Amsterdam and Judge the Cup. Space cake got another, I'm in the red light district. I'm in court in the morning. Playing Eve at 8, I'm on the speaker.
We ready?
No need to rush, baby, I'm pre-checked. No bags to carry on, I carry on. In and out, I get going to go get it. You gotta go in and giving it this life, if it, give it your best shot. Go hard when I punch the call. He throw the chance to go. Window to the wall. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. Let me see you move your body. Let me see you move your
Take
body.
the red eye from ATL, Chi-Town, NY, LA, Bangkok, Mumbai, Cape Town, Milan, Dar es Salaam, Madrid, Cairo, Acapulco, Vienna, Tijuana. Call your mama, yo, hit this I'm in a zone. Where's my chick? We going home. I got some pretty little things in my mind.
That's right.
She's coming down on me like sunshine.
She ready. No need to rush, baby, I'm pre-checked. No bags to carry on, I carry on. In and out, I get going to go get it. You gotta go in and give it this life, give it your best shot. Go hard when I punch the call. He throw the Charles de Gaulle. Window to the wall. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. Now move your body. Let me see you move your body. Let me see you move your body. Hey. I'm talking sex, revolution. Hey, come on. We talking sex, revolution.
We're talking sex and revolution. If you free your mind, your ass will follow. I see what you did there. All right, let's keep it going. America eats its babies. No matter what y'all think about me, I'm still y'all child. Who said that?
That's Tupac.
That's Tupac. And that is the opening quote from a song that you have called Tupac Back.
Oh,
Yes,
you.
yes. I know that Tupac and Prince are a big inspiration for both of you. You got, well, Prince particularly for Devin, Tupac for you, and as well as Miss Tina and Miss Nina. What do you think each of these great figures, only one of whom is still walking amongst us, what would they say the limit is?
Nowhere.
The limit is nowhere. So talk to us about the name W2TL, which stands for Welcome to the Limit. What does that actually mean then?
It means no boundaries. It means no rules. We make the rules, so we break them, so there's no rules. No boxes, no shapes, no forms. You know what I mean? It is. And we welcome you to a land where that can be a reality for you, without perceptions, without without anticipating, without saying, oh, I've watched that movie before, I can predict that scene, without expectations. The limit, and which is nowhere.
Huh. So to use the word and to use the word against itself, is that what we're doing here?
To welcome to the limit, to be.
To be.
This is the limit. Nothing else really mattered. Like earlier and then whatever's coming up, quote unquote, you don't get the memo. None of it's really, you know, we act and walk like those things, we can predict those things, and we harp on the past and we stress ourselves out about our future. But right now is the limit. Being present, being aware, and being free and self-determined right now.
So if we circle back on the Tupac quote, where America, if we taking all of this, what you're just saying, and making it relevant to where we live, America, these United States, where we live in a land that eats its babies, literally and figuratively, and also its elders. And we talked at the top of the show about how both of these ideas, these concepts, fuel your work. How can you relay this message again in this moment to young people, to elders who are living on this land in which they feel not only the impact of systems and structures and rules and ideas and ignorance, but they feel destroyed by it, chewed up by it, spit out by it. For people who are facing these issues, gun violence, brutality of every kind, domestic violence, how can we relay this message in a way that might be more digestible to people who are facing these realities?
Personally, I'm gonna be a walking example of that. You know, so many things are bigger than words. You know, some languages per se don't have words to describe certain phenomenon that we may use in this English language. You know, indigenous tonal sensations mean everything. So just in my presence alone, my essence and me having the knowledge of myself and walking this path from with the guidance of my ancestors, I believe really is enough. And that's really the best thing I can do in communicating any ideals or any thoughts of my own, is to really be that. They say you have to be the change that you want in the world. So
we're talking about transcendence, right? To be out
absolutely.
beyond. Okay. So for those who are listening at home and digesting this, figure out what transcendence means for you in the face of these very literal, tangible ills of the world, and see how that works for you. Devin, I would like for you to tell me, the song that we heard at the top of the show was called Mr. President, which is actually a song that you wrote in 2011, correct? And we're remixing it here for this combination of sound and this experience. You wrote this in 2011, or did you write it before that?
It's hard to figure out when you actually write songs.
Right.
You know, they just come.
Got it.
So
it came, and it's coming back again full circle in a very visceral way.
Right.
Let's complete that sentence, and we're gonna go into the next song called "Have a Cigar." But I would like for you to, let's do it twice. How would you complete the sentence, Mr. President, in 2011, and how do you complete that sentence now, 2019?
Mr. President is black.
In 2011, that's the sentence?
Mr. President is over.
And Mr. President is over. That sounds like transcendence to me. Let's go into the next song. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lesson, to the limit and the lesson. The next song is called "Have a Cigar." Smoke to that.
It's an ode to Pink Floyd. Come on. Yeah. Welcome to the limit. General Lee. Come in here, dear boy, have a cigar, you're gonna go far. Yeah. You're gonna fly high, Come on. You're never gonna die. You're gonna make it if you try. They're gonna love you.
They gonna love that. They gonna love you.
Well, I have the most distinct respect. I mean it most sincere.
Yeah.
The band is just fantastic. That is really what I think. Oh, by the way, which one is pink? And did we tell you the name of the game? Boy, they call it riding the gravy train. Oh, yeah.
Have yourself a Cuban, my brother. Y'all finna be huge. I heard them girls hollering about who them royal riders they rode through. You know we got that mashup, this in a stand-up, this in a stick-up, more like chocolate juice. That rock and roll, soul, hip-hop, electronic, the rarest grooves. It ain't nothing like it, we push the envelope wide in the scope, the shotgun will be blowing the roof. 38 snub nose in the boot, old school revolver, shoot, give me the loot. I'm a bad, bad man that put it on mute. I told her, get the birthday suit, get that monkey right, I'm en route. And fuck you tonight, let's cut it loose, celebrate and roll up, toast, sip the juice. Jam session tonight, we call it muse. Broke the mold and rewrote the rules. Roll with the G, we rock you, baby, so leave at the house. Roll them dice, you can't lose. Roll them dice, you can't lose. Welcome to the limit, baby. Roll them dice, you can't lose.
We're just not down.
Yeah.
Heard about that sellout. Gotta get this. Ooh, we owe it to the people. We're so happy we can hardly count. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody else is just screaming. Have you seen them charts? It's a hell of a start. It could be made into a monster if we all pull together as a team.
5 fingers to a fist.
And didn't tell you the name of the game, boy. They call it riding the gravy train. Oh yeah.
Get it. Welcome to the limit. Woo! Rock. Roll. Rock. Yeah. Welcome to the limit.
Shout out to the couple people in the back. I was like, that is just fire. That is just fire. Welcome to B-Side, also in this moment known as the experience of Welcome to the Limit, which is Mind Bender, which is the limit of you thinking that there's a limit. That stops today.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
I see. Since we're brother and sister now, anybody you share a teleprompter with, you automatically kind of have some kind of relation. So
Nice.
I'm glad that I want to establish that. Now I want to honor you. Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
There is a patch of skin on your fingertips that's untouched. Let's talk about the untouched parts of the skin, because I want to talk about shedding. I feel like you are a master shedder, as far as like my observation of you from afar in the limited scope that I do have. And I think that there's a really powerful teachable moment that you can share with the world based on your experience literally and figuratively with skin. So let's shed, both of you. I don't know how old you are, really doesn't matter, but let's shed to your 8-year-old self, because I know that for you, this journey begins around 8 years old, and I would love to know what you were doing at 8 years old. I would love for you to face each other and have a 6-word story, which is Mike Flow's Instagram claim to fame.
We got to count them out when we
I would love for you to do a
work it out.
6-word story from your 8-year-old self to his 8-year-old self. This is obviously before you've met, before you knew that you were going to cross paths in Atlanta a decade later or so, or 2 decades later, and somehow the stars were lining up. New skin was about to be formed. You're about to grow, expand, get all the muscles and the base and the height that would now be this representation of you on this journey at this time. What would your 8-year-old self say to his 8-year-old self in 6 words?
You got 6 of them?
We are welcome to the limit.
Is that right?
He got
He
6.
did. So did you cheat, Devin? Do I feel like I need to make you do this again? Did you cheat?
We
is
are,
that what
though.
your 8-year-old
We are welcome to the limit, though.
Okay, so
We would have been that. We've been the same thing our whole life.
Good. Now tell me about it.
Tell you about what? Being the same thing?
That idea, yes.
Well, you know, people change, but people more like become themselves. And when I was younger, when I was a little kid, my main thing was being able to express myself in whatever form. You know, I used to grow up playing basketball, football, you know, music, you know, whatever, you know, and music was my outlet for that, you know, and
So you're saying that the vibe was already brewing, and you would have seen him walking down the street or in the playground, and you'd be like, yo, I don't know you yet, but I feel like I will, and we are this. You would have, right on. All right, your 6-word story, your 8-year-old self to his 8-year-old self.
Would be,
Look at him.
okay.
I'll be like about this tall.
That's right, let's do it right.
Stop taking yourself so serious. Even though yourself is kind of a compound word.
Got it.
But I'm a separate it because we can do what we want to do. But stop taking yourself stop taking yourself so serious. And I say that because when I was younger, I put a lot of pressure on myself, trying to figure things out, asking a whole bunch of whys and whys and whys and why is this, and I realized as I got older that I needed to get out of my head and really practice turning my brain off, and just, you know, and I grew into the wisdom that the wise man knows he knows nothing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, my 8-year-old self, you know, was very combative in some ways, extra inquisitive, challenging teachers and things of that nature, in debates. I don't know if some of that was my Sagittarius, little 8-year-old
And
nature.
clearly your 8-year-old self was an 80-year-old man at the
You know
same
what I'm
time.
saying? But as I've grown and more into myself and my glory and embracing certain parts of my eldership, I just realized that, you know, this equation we call life is just about inputs and outputs, cause and effects, and it really ain't that complicated. You get out of your head for a minute, you know, put your phone down for a minute.
Hold it on that thought. Put your phone down for a minute. I feel like I love this exercise. We want to squeeze in, we want to make sure we have time for the full song.
You're
so
sharp.
I am sharp, and thank you for sharpening me. I love that exercise. I just want to put it on to the audience. Everybody who's in a group should do something like that. It was really beautiful to watch. Welcome to the limit. Stop taking yourself so seriously. As the last song says, have a cigar, the proverbial kind, at least. Keep those lungs clean. Let's go into the next song, which is called Gray. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about this gray area, a beautiful gray area that we create when we make collaborations of this kind. Give it up one more time for W2TL.
This ain't the place you dreamed you'd be. With you alive,
Right here, right now.
lose many things, hold on to pain, a faded love. Still you survive,
Still you survive.
death knocking on the front door.
Are you gonna answer?
Not anymore,
Why?
not anymore. I've been living on the edge, like I don't care. Standing on the ledge, like I'm gonna fly away.
Fly away. We are. Welcome to the limit.
Been traveling along the reckless way, feeling too wrong. Weakness I hide away. Woo! See, it ain't over. Instead, I let my loneliness die today. I let my loneliness fade to gray. Got a prison in my mind. That's where I lock it deep down in chains. Happy free young boy, wild thing running, big night I'm on the train.
Woo! That midnight train.
Check! Every day I wanna live my dreams. Freedom's got a pistol to the brain. I want some more. Living on the edge, like I don't care. Standing on the ledge, like I'm gonna fly away. Woo! Been traveling alone, reckless way, feeling too wrong, like I could die this way. See, it ain't over. Instead, I let my loneliness out the cage. I let my loneliness fade to gray.
I let my guard down and took a blow. Left hook to the heart, I swear to God, it with no rope or dope. Took an oath to freedom, I wrote my vows to let it go. Made a promise, keep being honest, 100, let them know. Cause if you lie, they get mad, tell the truth and then they scared. Can't please everybody, hate is coming, baby, get prepared. I'm public enemy number one, cause I chose that one. Tired of and fight wild and jumping the gun. I told her timing is a mother. And seasons change, you can't always see them coming. Nothing but love, no ill will, I wish you the best. On whatever, backwards never, put the chapter to rest.
Living on the edge,
Flow.
like I don't care.
Come on.
Standing on the ledge, like I'm gonna fly away.
We are.
Traveling along, reckless way, feeling too wrong, trying to live a day.
Tell the truth, OG.
Look in my eyes, see it ain't over. Still I let my loneliness die today. I let my loneliness fade to gray.
Let's jump back in here. I want to qualify a statement that I was making about you being a master shedder, which sounds like master shredder. Shout out to the Ninja Turtles. If you watch your trajectory over time, we've seen that not only have you we called you both of you style warriors at the top of the show, your relationship with style and clothing. Not only did the clothing change from well, for you mostly, each period of your life, and you both have been a part of like multiple musical experiences. You've had relationships with other artists that you've been building, exploring, that have carried you around the world. And a lot of times it's difficult for artists that when they're trying to find a thing, well, a lot of artists are trying to find a thing that is going to stick, that is going to be their claim to fame, that is going to be their golden trophy, that is going to be the thing that carries them all the way to whatever their promised land is. But it seems like in watching both of you, and particularly you, Mike, is that you're living this life as an artist, trying out so many different things. So you go from RBG DJ, RBG Red, Black, and Green family, the Uhuru movement, which was researched by Dead Prez almost 20 years ago.
Right.
And traveling around the world with them, and then doing your own hip hop career. You have several EPs and albums, and then you've collaborated with a lot of different artists in Atlanta, in New York, and now we end up here. And then with you, so I wanted to just acknowledge that, because a lot of times that just looks like just trying to figure out whatever works. But I think that with you, you wear a lot of different hats, and it's like part of it may be trying to figure out whatever works, and you can maybe expound on this in a second. But it also looks like exactly what you guys are talking about with W2TL. Like, there's no limit. This life is supposed to be lived, and we try many masks, we try many hats, we try nudity, we try all of the different things to see what fits our soul best.
Right.
And the soul is expansive.
Absolutely. I mean, I like variety, you know, and I don't try to, like I say, think so hard about what I'm going to commit to. You know what I mean? They're like some people like, yo, I'm going out tonight. I decided yesterday that I'm wearing this, and it's like you were wearing that coat, but now it's 80 degrees outside, and now it's too hot for that jacket, but you've already made your mind up that you're gonna wear it and stuff like that. And I just don't really subscribe to a lot of that. So
Is that because you have commitment issues?
not at all. I just know that I'm true to myself, and I know that I may wear some boots today, and I like boots, but I might want to wear some sneakers tomorrow, and that's no offense to the boots. So that's just how I wake up. If I want to make a track, I may be listening to Peter Tosh one day, and the next day I may be listening to Radiohead, or I may be listening to Young Blur, or whatever I'm listening to, and I'm true to that. You know, I've been around the block a few times. I got a plethora of things, you know, that I can pull from, and whatever inspires me, I just go with that.
Okay.
So one day I might have on a full thobe. The next day I may be embracing my love for workwear. I may have on coveralls. And
I feel like this conversation extends beyond name tags and brands and clothing, which is what I'm going for. Let's hold that note there, and I want to jump in with Devin on this. I want to honor you. I think it's a different side of the same coin is when we find pictures of younger Devin, there's a strong thread in terms of style, presence, and image. You are the quintessential person that a man called James Spooner, who came out of college or grad school, I believe, who created the film Afropunk, which created the movement Afropunk, which a lot of people still don't know that. He was talking about young people who looked like you, who listened to music that you listened to, not necessarily this generation of people who, for some, and this is not a bad thing, all right, so don't take this as a bad critique, but who this may be play for, like some people say costume, or this is a kind of a new wave of an image, you know, the punk rock, black rock kind of thing, but this has pretty much been your whole thing. So we got these two interesting worlds of the shapeshifter, who's going through so many different, like 30 tattoos ago, you were doing a whole other project, right?
Yeah.
And then you pretty much had a consistent thread. So nothing is wrong here, right? But this is an interesting marriage here, this gray area that is created between the two of you. So let's finish this statement, and then let me follow up with one more question and go into the next song. The gray area is?
The gray area is life. The gray area is the in-between. The gray area is the indecisiveness. The gray area is the intuition. The gray area cannot be spelled out. It has to be lived. The gray area is.
And the gray area of W2TL is?
You want to hit that one?
That's what it is.
It don't get no simpler than that.
It is what it is.
And my name is Queen God Is, so I know very much about the isness. The isness, when you bring two different things and you said we're going to meld them together, we're going to tape them together, staple them together, we're going to see what works from these two disparate worlds, the shapeshifter and the consistent one.
Not the consistent one.
In a probably non-consistent
consistent
way.
one.
Right, the consistent one.
Isn't that funny? The punk rocker is the consistent one, yes.
But we've been tight for so long
Yes.
Yeah.
that, I mean, you know, we just flow.
And this is,
Yeah.
you know, hence the name, Mike Flow. Let's
Indeed.
flow into the next song. Let's talk more about flow after this next song. This next song is called Her, which is very apt because there's a lot of flow with her. Give it up one more time for W2TL. Welcome to the limit.
Come on.
I've been a saint, I've been a hero, I've shot him down, I've had an ego. Nobody's safe, nobody's safe, nobody's safe. This prison is a long way home. My heart is bare, a lover's decoy. The tempers flare, another's destroy. Nobody's safe, nobody's safe, nobody's safe. But I'm chained to another girl. So kiss me while I think of her. Close my eyes and I'm coming for her. When you start moaning, it takes me to her. I want you more when my mind is on her. We in a zone.
Triple OG, a double life. One man and two girls thinking they white. Look at the strife, the stress, calling me trifling. Baby, I'm too flesh, a paradigm stifling. But I met a dime in Sweden, had fun in London. Call me a heathen. Got a Somali one from Bali, both play their positions. Pull up, let's party.
I've been a king.
Come on.
I've been a zero. So many girls. But I want where she goes. I'm wasting head, I'm wasting head, I'm wasting hair. Girl, waste the hair, girl, waste the hair, girl, waste the hair. Don't talk too fair. Stop yelling, please, boy. Say you don't care. You can be my real toy. Your body's safe, your body's safe, your body's safe. But I'm chained to another girl. So kiss me while I think of her. Close my eyes and I'm coming for her.
Come on.
When you start moaning, it takes me to her. I want you more when my mind is on her. We in a zone.
And can't a damn thing stop it. Revolutionary love that you can call it. What you wanna do, what you do with it. So we connected mind, body, and spirit. They can't see it, they can't stand it and hate it. Baby, this life's short, got no time to play with it. Nobody's safe, I cut them off in a minute. Baby, your body's safe, open your mind, let's get it.
We are here with W2TL. Welcome to The Limit on B-Side during this International Women's History Month, the last few days of it, but we have a tendency to extend that for as long as we want because we can do that. I want to give a quick shout out to some women whose names pop up and whose images pop up in multiple iterations of your creative journey. I want to give a shout out to Star, to Issa Star, to Ciroc DMC, to Keitha, and to Joy Gilliam. These are women who you've had collaborations with in the past and who you run in similar circuits with. And we just heard the song called Her. I want to ask you to do something for me. A lot of times in rock culture, in touring culture with artists who get to travel around the world and meet so many different people, particularly women all over the world, there's lots of interesting things that happen and that affect the relationship between masculine and feminine, women and men, and the non-binary. If you could, in front of your son, make a statement of maybe an apology on behalf of those women of the world who've never been apologized to or never been acknowledged for their contributions to all of our craft, can just make a statement just on behalf of those who've just never issued a statement to that population in honor of her, whoever she is or whoever that her is. I would like for you to be spokeswomen for this, people for this statement. An apology or an acknowledgement.
I have my apology would have been, because there's no regrets in it all.
Does an apology mean regret?
Well, follow me.
All right.
The apology I would give would be that I apologize for not living in my best, truest essence and believing that my truth was more than good enough. That would be my apology.
Okay.
Because as a leader, if I realize my chi, my G, then and really sit in that and believe that that has the power to help shape any situation. You know what I mean? And sometimes there's turbulence in that, and you'll find that some things aren't for you.
Got it.
But forever, many fish get thrown back in the water and makes room for the ones that need to be in the boat.
Okay. So acknowledgement or apology for not always living in your truth and your best self. And Devin, if you're going to make a statement of acknowledgement to the hers of the world, what would that be?
Well, I acknowledge that I see my mother and I see my sister and I see, my daughter and I see, my cousin and I see you and I see her and I see everybody together. And I acknowledge that that's worth more than all of you have been given.
Boy, deep, man.
And there you have it. Thank you both for playing along on this episode of B-Side. That brings us to our close. This International Women's History Month, I think we're leaving each other with a message of acknowledgement, of transcendence, of being our greatest self, of recognizing that there is no limit, of balance, the divine sacred feminine, divine sacred masculine. Thank you for bringing all of that to the stage. Give them a round of applause. There's lots more to find out, and so you know what you got to do at this point in the show. We can't do all the work for you, if you dig. All right, so that's it. Is there anything else really quickly that you want to say before we go into the last song?
I want to say, free your mind and your ass will follow.
He wants to say it again, just in case you didn't hear it the first time. Shout out to George Clinton.
Welcome to the limit welcome, the number 2, the limit, and all of that. Go ahead.
And 2 stands for peace, and that's where we're at in the show. Peace, everybody. Just like that, it is a wrap on another show where the music slaps and the flyers burrow on a map where artists wear a lot of hats. Thank you both. Sound, screen, and style warriors. Devin, thank you. Mike, thank you. Thank you both for helping us push limits, perceptions, and creative paradigms. We are glad to get to experience you all in this way and wish you lots of love and light. If you all like free access to media that will give you life, look out for this and past episodes of B-Side on our YouTube channel. Peep our podcast on SoundCloud or pop on by and get a dose of live up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, singing from the core of my heart. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
Come on. Check it. Sound like a slumdog mantra. Bombay shit, perhaps it's Sri Lanka. Monster, Street Fighter, Blanca. Third World War Toto, no time for Tonka. We conquer, divide bread and roll front. Per self, I burn paper, let's get paper. Exotica, the track name is cross genre. Indigenous drums, the voice is erotica. Hypnotic, narcotic, tantric. Seductive sample sets the example. The pheromone, the oil, the black Desiac release the track, tapping the beast and then attack. Arabian oud, sweet myrrh, Moroccan musk. Black ambers, wood resins, mighty kush, essential. Therapeutic aromas raise this vibration, increase sensations. Welcome to the limit. Come on. Exotica. My mind is all over the canvas. Abstract strokes of passion, fly fashion. I'm just asking, why not jump out the box? The bear with a bucket, crabs crawling, I'm like, I'm on a different rhythm, a soldier of love cadence. Syncopation, relation, a chance, spirit dance. Transcend the trance, it's like I'm in it. But I'm not of it, Brooklyn, I rose above it, I stripped down to the prime essence. Just creating self-reveal was the lesson. That it was all in me, answers questions. Minerals, melanin, insight, the mighty blessing, a true confession. I'm attached to some possessions, but I'm breaking the cycle every day. Progression, just confessing. Transform my higher self, my health, my wealth. Love hard, embrace God. Yeah. Come on. Listen, you hit the ritual, true rites of passage, warrior code, break the mode, slay the savage. That linear, Western world type thinking, meditate more and more, silence and less speaking. And every day is a weekend, a celebration. Give thanks for 2 seeds, procreation, a proactive approach to revolution. Legacy lived through you, we embody truth. Exotica. Welcome to the limit. Yeah. Rock.
That's right. That's how that's supposed to. That's literally shredding. Shedding and shredding. What did I say, right? Come on, fellas.
Thanks,
All right,
y'all.
so the hashtag is B-Side BK. If you feel so inclined, let's move this. have the host performing on the show.
Where we looking at? Hold on.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being shy.
Man, it's a lot of, we had a lot of pedals, bro.
And then it's not TV. Why'd y'all stop? I'm really it's not on TV.
We live next show.
Y'all rock.
So quiet.
Yeah, no, you made them be quiet. You didn't say want to announce your show.
Oh yeah, we got a show March 30th at Rough Trade. We're supporting Oxymorons. That's in Brooklyn. And Jaffe and the Royals. Welcome to the Limit, Oxymorons, Jaffe and the Royals. That's March 30th at Rough Trade, NYC. Yeah. So stuff. Follow Mike Flow Official.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
How long till what we share can make an entrance to morning? How long till what you feel can make an exit to safety? Don't delay, I'm drowning back slave to gravity. Don't decide today, 'cause you cannot keep changing your mind. I need you to rescue me. Rescue our dream. When will my actions heal the pain you used to reject me? When will your methods yield and your heart fully accept me? I'm crying, don't delay. I'm drowning, babe. Clouds under my feet, slave to gravity. Don't delay. Decide today, 'cause you cannot keep changing your mind. I need you to rescue me. Rescue me. Rescue our dream. Rescue me. Rescue me. Rescue our dream.
Empowering, inspiring, infectious. You are listening to the J Horde Music Experience right here on B-Side Live, and I am your host, Queen God Is. So happy to introduce you to J Horde. Give it up one more game. I want to begin the show by saying you really are a beautiful human being. You gave me that like weird, creepy Brooklyn look when somebody gives a Brooklynite a compliment. You've only been in Brooklyn for a few years. You don't get to give me that look. I mean it so sincerely. First of all, I've had the privilege of seeing you perform a few times. The first time I had no idea who you were, a small hole-in-the-wall spot called Arlene's Grocery, where there happens to be this open mic jam session called The Lesson. And it's still there, I imagine, and you were on stage and like you opened up your mouth and I just felt like God flew out. And what strikes me the most is that when you sing, you smile. All the, like some people, like, first of all, you got singers and then, you know, people say you got sangers. Clearly you're a singer with the A. And sometimes they get, you know, they get that stank face because it's just so good that it just looks ugly, you know, but it's that beautiful ugly. But you smile when you sing, and the smile is just as infectious as the voice. I want to know, have you had that smile your whole life?
Oddly, yeah. It's been a weird one. I've always been outwardly extremely happy, and usually internally extremely happy as well. But yeah, I've always been
So 3-year-old Jay Horde.
loud, singing
And
all
smiling.
the notes and smiling, dancing, heck hyper, like super hyper.
And when did you discover the voice that you had in you, and how did that change the smile?
I would say there's a recording from like 4 or 5, because, you know, I grew up in church and all that, so they, you know, they tend to throw us up on stages and sing solos often, you know, especially when it's a long service. And so I think the first video was when I was 4 or 5, and it was His Eyes on the Sparrow. And I remember when I would watch back as a child and seeing the reaction, and I'm like, okay.
So is that where the smile comes from? Is it a reaction to how, is it an effect of the reaction that people are having to your voice, or is it because of the feeling that you feel when you're singing? What is it?
Both.
Both.
Like, most naturally, I think it came from the feeling that I have when I'm singing. And then definitely how the crowd responds. And then, to be also extremely honest, Victor Wooten wrote a book called The Music Lesson. And in it, like, I think it's like within the 2nd chapter, the person, whatever, spirit guide, we don't really know what the character is, but he says to always smile, always smile. And Victor speaks of how, like, even when he would sound awful, or not he, but if anybody sounds awful, you smile. The crowd doesn't remember it because, like, you're happy to be there, and it literally changes the atmosphere. So ever since then, that was around 2012, it's been
ingrained.
a concert, very like, I'm going to try to smile, and it's not always
And that's
like
a little
that.
different from the kind of smile that people slap on top of grief or hurt or pain or jealousy or anger, right? You can tell the difference when you see it. So speaking of smiling as a scientifically proven action to change some body chemistry, a smile can rescue someone from the doldrums or from just anything happening in the world. And this song happens to be called Rescue Me. Tell us really briefly, who are you talking to and what are you talking about?
Talking to all the lovers out there that I've had that just don't want to continue loving. And it's more so just a reflection on that unrequited love. Or if not unrequited necessarily, then just silent love. You know, like the second verse, real quickly, is my favorite. When will my actions heal the pain that you used to neglect me? You know, so
Say
I'm
it
giving
again.
you, when will my actions heal the pain you used to neglect me? You know, like we in relationships, family relationships, intimate relationships, work relationships, oftentimes you'll find yourself, if you're a giver, you'll find yourself giving. And it's like, I'm literally giving, trying to heal you, and you're still allowing yourself to be broken. And like, I don't have time for this. So the last time is, don't delay, decide today, you cannot waste my time. You cannot keep wasting it. You've already been wasting it, but in that last, I guess, the B section, you can't do it. I'm not going to allow you to waste my time.
Well, it sounds like you're the rescuer in that situation, because when you stop enabling something, or when you put your foot down and say, I'm reclaiming my time, you save people from their effery. Can't say the word.
I'm with you.
We are going to go into the next 2 songs back to back, but as you can see, if you tuned in, we have decided to just dive right into this conversation where there's so many juicy layers. We are here with Jay Poured Music and crew. We're going to come back after the next 2 songs and introduce them.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to one of the B-side guests in the front row who has an exam tomorrow, and I think you just rescued her for that test tomorrow. Shout out to your professor. She gets extra credit. Give it
Extra
up one more
credit.
time for Jay
Extra
Horn.
credit.
Music.
Like an eagle on a mountain, I'll watch and wait for you. Like a daisy in the meadow, I'll store the rain for you. One call and I'm coming, 2 steps in running, 3 words I'm humming to prove my love for you. 1 call and I'm taking, 2 hands praying, 3 words I'm saying to prove my heart is true. My heart is true. Like a snowflake on a child's nose, I will paint this world with you. Like a sunset on the coastline, I will disappear with you. 1 call, and I'm coming, 2 steps in running, 3 words I'm humming to prove my love for you. 1 call, and I'm taking, 2 hands in praying, 3 words I'm saying to prove my heart is true. I'm in love with you, and I could stay here forever. I'm in love with you, no doubt. I hope you will trust me forever. tell you you're beautiful. Forever. I'll be your shelter. Oh, I'll be your strength. Forever. Just loving me. Forever. And holding me. Forever. I'll love you. Forever. I'll protect you, yeah. I'll make sure you smile. I'll support you, yeah. Just love me forever. Run around, the chaos in your mind. Take the time to find just what you want. Take a leap into the open sky. Arms spread wide to fly just for a while. I know you lose faith in us, and you think it is best to run. I know you lose faith in us, and you think that it's best to run. But you won't run too far, 'cause so far my heart is where you are. And you can't run too fast, not so fast. But you won't go too far, 'cause so far my touch is still just scars. And you can't run too fast, not so fast. Not so fast. Run around, painful memories. Just break free to find just what you need. Take a leap into the deepest sea. Swim freely to wash your conscience clean. I know you lose faith in us, and you think it is best to run. I know you lose faith in us, and you think it is best to run. But you won't go too far, 'cause so far my heart is where you are. And you can't run too fast, not so fast. And you won't go too far, 'cause so far my touch is still just stars. And you can't run too fast, not so fast. Slow up, longer smiles, 1,000 nights, 1,000,000 tales. What do we rush? Why? As the whole wide world goes so fast, when you won't go too far, 'cause so far my heart is where you are, and you can't run too fast, not so fast, and you won't go too far, 'cause so far my touch is still just scars, and you can't run too fast, not so fast. You got it, not so fast. 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 You don't have to go so fast. You don't have to go so fast. Not so fast.
No, 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 not so fast. No, 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 not so fast. It's a sing along.
Not so fast. No, 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 not so fast.
In harmony.
No, 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 not so fast. No, 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 not so fast.
No instruments.
No, 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 not so fast.
Last time.
No, 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 not so fast.
Yeah, guys.
If you are just tuning in, or if you got so carried away with the music that you forgot where you were, we are here on B-Side with Jay Horde, aka Jay Horde Music, vocalist, singer, songwriter, choir director, clearly, background vocalist at times, vocal arranger, educator, and I'm going to give you a new title. You ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
Barefoot Balladeer.
So into it.
I'm only going to take a small percentage if it pops up, pops
Yeah,
up.
I'm with you,
All
I'm
right.
with you, I'm with you.
Wow. And you gave us like that church clap. So we have some really cool stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the
All
slant,
day.
and then it's the, yeah.
You know?
And then when you start doing it like the
Like
offbeat,
the double,
the double
yeah,
time.
you know? He knew where to go.
Oh, okay, so now, first of all, we just performed 2 songs back to back. I included myself in the band. I said we, so I'm officially a member. Countdown and Not So Fast, really beautiful. And we had a little surprising moment for me. It made me actually LOL. I laughed out loud in a good way during Countdown when you all started to do the background vocals. It was so unassuming. I did not expect it. And I just wanted to jump up and pinch everybody's cheeks in the back row. So I owe you a cheek pinching in the best way. I did not expect those vocals to come out. So I think that this is a great segue to introduce the band. Let's give them a round of applause, by the way.
The boys. So I'll start here. We have the King, Jed Lingat, on bass.
Hey, Jed.
And we have King number 2 hailing from Little Rock, Arkansas, Mr. Tyler Newsom.
Hey, Tyler.
And this here with the Technicolor guitar is a good friend, longtime music collaborator. He was a part of the Greenhouse People from college years, and this is AJ Jagannath.
Band full of kings. I'm so happy to be the queen interviewing you tonight.
Yes.
Born and raised in Ohio, you are one of 8 children. To a family that also has 24 or over 20, I know for sure, grandchildren.
Definitely.
Roots in gospel, then obviously transition into all these other things that we're hearing. Well, definitely full of soul. The son of a pastor daddy, preacher kid, who used to be a member of the Ohio Players, the second round, I guess the graduation round.
Nailed it.
Ronnie Diamond Horde. Yeah. So clearly, as we're talking about family, such a huge family, we're talking about pastor daddy, we're talking about gospel music, we're talking about transition through different types of music with church as the roots. Let's talk about love and sex. Because even if I ain't talk about it in that house, clearly there's a lot of love and there's a lot of sex happening in that household.
A lot.
And I'm really curious, as we're hearing these songs that have a very strong love message or appeal, relationship content, what is your relationship to love and sex as an artist, and finding the balance between discussing both of these things in your work, also considering the background that you come from?
Good question. I would say it took me forever to sing about it explicitly. And places like The Lesson definitely helped that a great deal.
How so?
Like there's one of my favorite hooks that I made of is, I need a man to love it all out of me. I need a guy. I don't need, okay? And it was like, but like the girls there, and I sang, that was the first time, it's like 2016.
Wait, so tell me, let me make sure that I didn't miss anything.
Mhm.
So at the lesson, which is this open mic that happens on Thursdays once a month? Once a month?
Oh, well, it was every week, my bad.
Oh, it's every week. Okay, cool. So try to find that out so you can go visit. Someone was singing this song and you were doing
That was me.
That was you.
So I created a hook, because it was like a week of, and this is when Nadia Washington was with us. Nadia Washington.
Google,
My
Google,
God, okay.
Google.
So Nadia Washington was with us, and she and I were talking earlier that week about how, like, as artists, especially artists like us and other people that are in this circle, we are so not so fasty and are so, you know, your life can be better. Let us sing it to you about it.
Okay.
And so people forget that we're also
Human.
okay? And so we were talking about how, like, sometimes we just need a man or whatever we prefer there to just literally get all the rehearsals out of us, get all of the sessions out of us, get all of the emails that we have to do, all of the,
Are we speaking euphemistically?
like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, like to make
You need
it,
somebody to get all the
wear it
emails
out,
out of you.
and
Okay.
help us forget about it, you know what I'm saying?
I've never heard this before, so we're learning. Okay.
And so we, I wrote that hook there, and that's what it
So
was
this
about.
is the song
Yeah.
you're describing as your song.
Yeah,
What's that
it was
song
a hook.
called?
So that was just a hook with the lesson. It was just a hook that came up,
chorus.
exactly.
Okay, so what people who are trying to figure this out, what happens at the lesson is that it is an open mic, but there is a house band, and the house band has a couple of MCs and a bunch of musicians that do a set every show, and there's an MC or a couple of MCs, and then you usually are one of the main vocalists that kind of come in. So did they know that this was going to be the hook?
Oh,
that
not
you-
at all.
Uh-huh.
But this is like during a time when I was starting to be actually far more explicit with like what I wanted
In life.
In life, because I had just come out to my father like 3 months prior to this particular hook.
And
This
when
is
you-
early
when you say come
2016.
out, you mean?
Like, hey, Dad, I like boys, and I'm not praying it out of me. It's
And
not
this was
happening.
just 3 years
so,
ago.
You know,
This was just 3 years
Just
ago.
3 years ago, and so. Well,
So wait, what happened first? The coming out or
first.
the song?
Coming out first.
Coming out
Coming
first.
and then that's when I was finally like, you know what? I can actually sing about this. I can sing about, hey, I like men, y'all. I don't have to fake it up. I don't have to do that anymore.
What was the transition period of time? You came out, and then like the next day, it was like, it's free.
It's kind
and,
of like that, legit though.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I told my mom when I was 25. I was 27 at the time, so I was 25 when I told my mom, and like most of my sisters. You know, one sister didn't know because she's just still super
Are
holy.
you the only male child?
I'm one of four
One of
males.
four males.
So it's 4 girls, four boys.
Oh, okay.
And so I told the sisters first, and then I think that particular Thanksgiving I went ahead and told my brothers, and then 2015 was like, okay, Dad, it's your turn. And like once I told my father, I literally felt as though like there was this thing that was like, oh, I'm like, I'm all good, you know? And that literal following years when everything happened with Chance, that's when I went back to Europe, and I've been going back with Stefan. We did that thing here. Like, I'm not saying that because I came out the closet, all this stuff happened, but like literally, I significantly, like there are significant, we're doing what I'm trying to say.
We got
There
you.
are things that happen
Yeah.
that were not happening.
Okay, so first of all, we will have private moment conversations with audiences like, what are y'all talking about? Like as if we've had chat sessions our
Yeah,
whole
my
life.
bad.
This is actually literally our only second conversation
Yeah.
in life,
Yeah.
official conversation. So I want to contextualize it. So basically, when we name drop Chance, as in Chance the rapper, it's so funny to watch you do this because you are not only smiley, like, but you're also like such. Everybody always talks about how humble you are, which is all good. You know what I mean?
I'm trying.
No, you don't have to try.
Okay,
you just,
okay.
you know, it is. I think it's a good balance for this tremendous gift you have, and then this tremendous composure that you have. You were Grammy nominated for a song that the song won a Grammy for best performance.
You got it.
Yeah, we had this conversation last night. Okay, so first of all, this is Jay Hord's second time on this show, right? We get a lot of musicians rotating because they play with a lot of different artists, so we'll see musicians multiple times. We may see you guys again.
Totally,
right.
totally.
But it's very rare that we'll see an artist repeat on this stage. And you first appeared with SK Invitational last year, and now you're here with your solo work. And we talked about it then, the Grammy nominate. Like, as soon as people hear the word Grammy, they think that you have this gold trophy in your house. And it's a lot more complicated than that. But anyway, to kind of circle back to the question or to the conversation, you were talking about your family, and you referenced coming out 5 years ago to your mom, 3 years ago to your dad, and feeling a weight lift, and something shifted, and then you started to sing about it more and just be more expressive about this part of your life and your work. And so what I wanted to say was, this is energy. Like, outside of labels, outside of opinions, outside of people's perceptions and projections, the bottom line, I think, is just energy. When energy is blocked or stuck, or when we can't speak about something, or when we don't feel free, which is everybody's birthright to feel and be free, when we don't feel that, it kind of does, opportunities may get stuck in that void. Opportunities and the doors may not swing open. And so what it sounds like to me is that when you were able to get free in that way with your family, there was a flood of opportunities.
It was really
so yeah,
lit.
I do feel like it was a...
And then I wrote songs about sex, specifically.
Yeah.
And like on the new EP, Follow Me Now, it's recently out as of last Friday, track 4 through 7. And it's so liberating.
Track
Like,
4 through 7 are
we
about
did a
sex,
show, and
so
that
make
show
no
saw
mistake,
us.
there's no other...
Seriously though, first track 1, 2, 3 is introspective, and get your life together, inspiring, and then 4 through 7 is like, yeah, I'm an adult now, so.
So speaking to the adult, let's go hear some more adult music. So if you're at home, you may want to just, do whatever you got to do to prepare yourself for some adult music. He got free, and the floodgates opened, and the next song is called Tidal Wave. Give it up for Jay Hoare. Al.
You good. So this was a bit inspirational and stuff. Because life can be like a tidal wave and can try to take you out. When everything is soon to go up in flames, can you cool it down? Whenever I get too caught up in the crowd, can you pull me out? 'Cause I'm uncertain if the future will fade like the rain, but I'm determined I'll survive the fire in the tidal wave. Please don't let the wave bring you down. Learn to walk in water. Please don't let the wave bring you down. When every high leads to loneliness, will you turn around? 'Cause I'm uncertain if the future will fade like the rain, but I'm determined I'll survive the fire within the tidal wave. Please don't let the wave bring you down. Learn to walk on water. Please don't let the wave bring you down. Oh, please don't let the wave bring you down. Learn to dance on water. Please don't let the wave bring you down. To yourself. Learn to walk on water. 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 Life's gonna get hard, but it's gonna be rough, but certain people in office, still gotta walk you. 'Cause I'm uncertain if the future will fade like the rain, but I'm determined that I'll survive the fire. We have in the tidal
to twerk in water. Please don't let life's waves bring you down. Whoa, please don't let life's waves bring you down. Learn to dance on water. Please don't let life's waves bring you down. Oh, learn to walk on water. Learn to walk on water. Learn to walk on water. Learn to walk on water.
Let me tell you something. When you know how to walk on water, sometimes the mic don't work. So, you know, it's the give or take. There's so many fun quotes that you have. It was like 3 years ago, I was never this gay. That was one of the things that you said. Then you said, still hella gay, still hella love Jesus. You know what I mean? So you kind of like emerging these worlds for people who think that they are separate. And this becomes a very contentious conversation for a lot of people. We are not having a moment to impose on anybody's faith or beliefs, but there is something very teachable about your being, which for me is very serendipitous that the first time I saw you was at an event called The Lesson. So we know that you have multiple EPs, a suite of EPs, a cornucopia of EPs that you've started to release and that you'll continue to put some out. We know that you're talking about love and sex and relationships, an expression of these things that you were not necessarily always talking about in full freedom before. And then you have a lot of messages in your music in response to the things happening in the world. 30 years from now, one of the 24 grandchildren that exist in your family, they're going to be old enough to dig through some dusty archives, or maybe not so dusty, and find your catalog of work. What do you want them to be able to go to school and say? My uncle taught me
to love myself, I think, the biggest one. That's what I want, especially for them. That's it.
How did you learn to love yourself?
Ah.
And I asked this not in like the super weighty way, like where we have to take in 3 hours to really talk, but I asked this in context of a world that really the message that I feel like so many people in the world are trying to send all of us, and especially someone who identifies themselves the way that you identify openly. What do you say, how do you learn to love yourself in a world that does not feel that you are entitled or worthy to love yourself and show expressions of that self-love in whatever way you choose, openly and freely in the public? How did you learn to do that?
Through my parents, a lot through my parents, especially now. Like, they are still super Jesus, we're Jews for Jesus, so we're even more weird, you know?
You're what?
Jews for Jesus.
Jews for
so
Jesus.
All my life I kept Pesach, Shavuot,
wow.
Yom Kippur all my life in Ohio. So that's that. But because of them being, you know, not because of them being, because of them, from their birth, they've been givers, both of them. And they always showed us to give literally beyond. So I learned how to give beyond to where it's like, you know, a fault. And so I corrected that, at least I'm trying to correct that particular lesson and teaching thing that I absorbed. But what I kept and will always keep is their unconditional love for people. Even though they are super what they are, they still love people.
So would you say that they were very strict and your household was very strict?
It was very strict, but it was so fun because it was like 8 of us, a lot of music, and although my parents and some of, you know, their siblings felt a certain way, they had other siblings who did not. So my Uncle Duna, what's up, Uncle Duna? Uncle Duna, racetracks, you know, ferry boats, you know, all the things.
Everybody got
Not
that
all
uncle,
the things,
yeah.
But my parents didn't do it, like, because, you know, a lot of people bet at racetracks. So, like, they're like, that's the sin.
Right.
It was like, let's go,
Right.
you know? So I definitely had I think at least, I had a balance of people that were like, do you, and then also this, like, hedge of, we don't want you to do that, you
Right.
know? And then outside of my parents, I learned to love, like, also through my family, and more so these days is, like, literally, like I was talking about in the interview with Wussy, this voice especially is a gift, you know? And so I know that you could have it, you have your own voice, and it's amazing, and you can have this one. He has his own voice, you can have this one, and it's amazing. You know, I wish I had Kim Burrell's voice. I don't have it because it's amazing, but, you know, everyone has a voice. And I think that when people have a voice, especially a beautiful voice, they are supposed to give it, because it literally could be given to anybody. Karen Clark Sheard's voice could have been given to anybody. Chaka Khan could have been given to anybody, but it was given to them. So to give, sorry.
Okay, so we want to go to the next song, but before we go to the next song, no, don't be sorry, there's no apologies here. We want to come back to the question again. I want to ask it again. How did you learn, what's your message to people in terms of learn to love yourself in a world where they may not have access to the privilege of unconditional love, especially in a household, they may not have a household. How do you learn to do that? And I'm not saying that you should have all the answers, but clearly you're discovering this, and we can hear it, and we can see it, and we can feel it, and we can taste it, and we can smell it, and we experience it in the studio tonight. Let's give it up one more time for Jay Hort, showing us how you love yourself through your gift.
Thank you. That's the biggest one, though.
But let's go into the next song, which is perfect
okay.
for this. We're going to come back and talk about it some more. And this one is called Hearts on Tour. Duh.
Thank you. Need a reminder. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Can I be your Detroit lover? Call me when your band's in town. That's what she said. He responded, what's your number? In 5 weeks I'll be around. And then they danced. When morning came, their smiles remained. But noon brought on the pain. Bittersweet goodbye. Hearts on top, roll me to the next city. Hearts on top, looking for a new meaning. Hearts on top, roll me to the next city. Hearts on top, looking for a new meaning. They keep beating, beating. Our hearts keep beating, beating. Ooh, beating, beating. Our hearts keep beating, beating. Ooh. Let me be your Vegas lover. No worries if you're involved. That's what he said. A response no one could find out, because all would be lost. Then both men left. But when morning came, their smiles remained. But noon brought on the pain. Oh, bittersweet goodbye. Oh, hearts on touch, roll me to the next city. Hearts on touch, looking for a new meaning. Hearts on touch, roll me to the next city. Hearts on touch, Ooh. You may have someone at home, but this is here and this is now. We can't keep each other back home, so love right here and love right now. Hearts on tour, round into the next city. Hearts on tour, looking for a new meaning. Yeah, hearts on tour, round into the next city. Hearts on tour, looking for a new meaning. They keep beating, beating. Our hearts keep beating, beating. Ooh, beating, beating. Our hearts keep beating, beating. Ooh. Hey, I wrote this song because I was on tour and I saw a lot of people getting down when they shouldn't have been getting down. But check it out. If you have somebody at home waiting for your leave the socks on the drawer kind of self, forgetting their birthday or anniversary kind of self. If somebody loves you back home, go home, not to their room. Go home, not the back seat of your car. Go home.
Before the show ends, we are going to talk about these toes. But before we get to the toes, let's go home.
Yeah.
Your father did an interview with someone who asked him, how do you go from being in the Ohio Players, singing what they were singing about, to being a pastor doing gospel? And he said, the funk never leaves. The words change, or the message changes. But I feel like, and at first I had a hallelujah moment with that amen, okay. But I actually want to challenge that a little bit in your body. You, no matter how erotic or even what some people would consider vulgar the words get, there is a message of love that is consistent, I feel, not only in your words and your music, in the arrangement, in your body. So maybe the funk is what shifts, the kind of funk, but the message maybe doesn't really, even when you're talking about grinding and bumping, you know, whatever it is, like there's still an essence of love. So but that was his take on how he shifted and how he now creates his new music based on his faith. How do you create your music and balance your gospel roots with clearly this R&B, soul, eclectic, kind of cosmic, you know, with all of this like old soul stuff that you have? How do you balance all of these elements that still clearly have not left, that exist within you? You know, you throw in the church clap and just while you're, you know, singing a soul groove. How does this affect your strong stroke? Like, what's your process?
So, sorry. So the way that the religion, I guess, the way that the background of my religious upbringing goes into the music, definitely sometimes through the belting. My family, they love riffs. Everyone can riff. Everyone is a soprano. Okay, everyone can sing. Everybody sings down. So they love tone. We're a big tone family. So like all those kind of things come into play for at least the singing portion, especially the expression. We're a very expressive denomination of, you know, that faith. As far as the other styles and writing and everything, like although they were super strict, my mother was super into like the Beach Boys. My dad, that's pretty much his stick, is like funk and doo-wop and Donny Hathaway. And then I don't know why, but I've always gravitated towards jazz all my life, all my life. And so between that and then going to school, I studied classically in high school and a bit in college. Out of all those things, I've always loved Shania Twain. Like, I'm a Shania Twain fan, and I'm a Dixie Chicks fan. Recently, we literally do Led Zeppelin tunes now. So I think, especially now for me, it's like I want to do all the styles, hence these 3 EPs, because I want to show people, actually, I come from the church, but also does rock.
Does meshing it together come naturally, easy? Is it difficult
So it was harder at first, because I think I was initially always too gospel. But even in college and things, I was always too jazzy for the gospel, or too gospel for the jazz, or too R&B for the, whatever. So now, especially being able to write music, I've been writing music on piano now, and as far as the ideas, especially the lyrics and stuff stemming from faith, I challenge them often. So the newest song is, can you promise me that he'll stay if I make him wait? Talking about, making him wait to do the thing. Can you promise me that? If you can promise me that he'll stay, I'll make him wait. But you can't. People wait for 30 years on that one person, and they finally do it. It's not that great, and then they leave them.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's I am not writing these songs, and I cannot, again, to that nephew and that niece or that person, I can't have people thinking that if you talk about yourself having sex, then you're a sinner. It's natural.
It's natural.
It's natural.
You better preach.
It's just natural. So that's where I'm at with it, and I love combining the styles. It's my favorite
And
thing.
speaking of combining, if anybody is stuck on how to bring worlds together and find the symbiosis, find the point of connection, the natural, organic point of connection, just watch Jay Hord. Watch his moves, watch his performance, listen to his music, and I think that it's a teachable moment for humanity. We're going to talk another time about how you were barefoot in Brooklyn.
We're going to do it.
With them beautiful toes, but y'all don't get to be privy to that conversation. We'll just have there's so many things to talk about with all the artists that we have, and you are no different, but you are beautifully unique, and the message that comes through is do not wait on somebody else to be you and do you. Give it up for Jay Hord Music. And for the band. So I think this brings us to our close. We're going to do one more song after this, and then we're going to give you some hugs and some love and talk to you a little bit more. But for now, can I get a witness, a hallelujah, and an amen? Can I get an amen? For the holy musical experience that we just had with none other than Jay Hord and the very talented crew. Thank you all, truly, so very much for the good vibes and the goosebumps. My goodness. If you feel grateful and want more highly spirited B-side blessings, that is, you can check out this and past episodes on our YouTube channel, peep our podcast, or simply come on by the studio and get a dose of all this musical Holy Ghost up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, reminding you to vote well, use your voice for good, and keep the vibe high no matter who, what, or why. We love you, Brooklyn, and you. Till next time.
Close the door behind you. Spark up, let the flame guide you. I'll wait for you to take me under. No rush, to the point of never. Everybody always acting up, keeping tabs like they keep taxing us. Our stock is failing cause they're distracting us. Spend the night like you just found cash and kush. Ashes, ashes, dust to dust. Our love, our last.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
There's going to be a health crisis and there's going to be a food crisis. Who's going to fix it? You look to your left, you look to your right. That came down to us.
All right. These are my good people. We'll be starting in a few minutes.
Before the COVID-19 pandemic, an estimated 1 million New Yorkers went without food. From March to May, that number more than doubled. Some estimate that 40% more New York City residents will face food insecurity this year as a direct result of the economic fallout.
So, Chef, what happens on the corner of Belmont and Watkins on Thursdays?
And we prepare 2,000 cooked meals Monday through Thursday. But on Thursdays, we have our fresh produce boxes where we distribute to the community.
Come on, you gotta get another wheel, girl. Yeah, we're gonna fix that for you.
Chef Rodney and his business partner LaToya Metters are co-founders of Collective Fare, a culinary training and catering business. When COVID-19 hit New York, they knew they needed to transform.
We are located in Brownsville. It is an under-marginalized community. It's considered a food desert. When COVID struck, my partner, he said, what happens with a community that's in crisis is put into an additional crisis. So we acted immediately and we launched Meals for All BK on March 12th. We were able to scale from the 400 people we were feeding at that time to an additional 8, to an additional 1,000.
We got potatoes, corn, carrots, peppers, sometimes onions to it. I said, no, these are also cooked meals
that we offer through Collective Fare. These are ready-to-eat meals. They could heat them up when they get home. People always hear the negativity about Brownsville as far as the high murder rates, the drug activity, but there's still a good amount of people in Brownsville that's committed to make their community better.
Even when we started in 2016, we thought the issues were telling people how to eat healthy, teaching them how to cook healthy, and finding them jobs. And we thought that would solve a problem. We have since changed. We realized that we need to be that access point. Without people like us on the ground fighting for food justice, things are not going to change in these communities. In Brownsville, you don't get to choose. You only get what is handed to you. And these are the things we need to start to fix.
Getting to choose has always been a key element of increasing food security in Brownsville, where even pre-pandemic, some experts describe the neighborhood as a food swamp, an area with limited access to healthy food and an overabundance of unhealthy options like fast food chains. Systemic inequalities like disproportionately high rates of unemployment, families below the poverty line, and extreme housing burden also make obtaining whatever fresh food is available even more difficult. Local growing is one way to turn short-term aid into long-term food security. And in Brownsville, I met a woman who's been doing the work long before COVID.
I'm Brenda Thompson Duchesne. We're at Green Valley Garden, 93 New Lots Avenue in Brownsville, Brooklyn. We have 5 community gardens, 4 in Brownsville, 1 in East New York. We started in 2000 to grow for the community, 100% nutrient value, fresh and locally grown. Dirt under my nails is my tranquility. Gardening is so peaceful, it has a serenity.
Ms. Brenda founded Isabalia Ladies of Elegance Foundation 2 decades ago as part of her mission to increase access to healthy food in Brownsville.
I want your family to taste the difference between the supermarket and what is really fresh. People are like, that grow in Brooklyn, in Brownsville? Are you crazy? We have a high rate of childhood diabetes, obesity, hypertension, cholesterol, because we're not eating properly. If we don't eat healthy, we will not be able to deal with whatever come our way. COVID come, and look how much of us have passed because our immune system was weak.
Diabetes, hypertension, and obesity have all been shown to increase the risk of COVID-19. Ms. Brenda wants her neighbors to know they have other options.
The nearest farmers market was in East New York. A lot of people could not have traveled to East New York Farm, so they settled for the supermarket. Once we started doing this, it was more convenient because it's in your backyard.
It just looks like pale raspberry.
Why do we have to wait till it's gentrified in order to get the best? Yes, we need housing, but just as much as they're taking the land to do housing, you need to do locally grown. We got another year or so of COVID. COVID ain't going nowhere. If you look at the food lines, it's people will have never thought they would have had to come in line. So if we can't get the food to import it, how are we going to survive? Why are we not encouraging and teaching our community? Come to the garden, get a plot, grow your own.
We need to start to be our own food czars and our own food advocates in our communities. The only other way that's going to keep me out of business is by learning how to create healthy access to foods within our communities. Then someone like me won't be doing anything really special because everyone will be eating healthy.
What the Lord placed on my heart is to help the community. I can't help everybody, but as much people as I can help, as long as He leave me here and have me here under her, then I have accomplished my goal.
This is a community, first and foremost. They survived and they're resilient because these things have happened before. May not have been a pandemic, but they've experienced things before that kind of made them ready and prepared for this.
America has suffered upwards of 220,000 deaths due to COVID-19. More than 23,000 of them in New York City. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, more than 2,200 cases have been reported, and many of those people have sought treatment at Brookdale University Hospital and Medical Center. Brookdale, like the neighborhood around it, has been fighting the pandemic on two fronts: the disease itself and the emotional and psychological damage from the loss of loved ones, the loss of work and wages, and the loss of freedom to just live life normally. But a lot of this stress goes way back.
Intergenerational trauma, where the parents had trauma themselves, the grandparents had trauma, and we're really in the first generation where people are getting a reasonable amount of mental health supports.
Dr. Camille Archer, a child and adolescent psychologist at Brookdale, says a lot of people may not realize that during the height of the pandemic, many of her young patients were waiting at home, uneasy.
This community, I think, has a high percentage of essential workers. And one of the things that I saw a lot with the children here is that they would worry that their parents have to go out to work. And that caused a lot of anxiety and, they fear that their parents are going to get it, that their parents are going to get sick and bring it home to them.
Other reactions to the pandemic varied, depending on how old her patients were.
A lot of conflicts with adolescents and their parents were about, they want to hang out with their friends, they're leaving the house, they can't stay here, this is horrible. But then there's a real subset of children who are anxious, who are being teased or bullied in school, and those kids are so happy they don't have to go to school.
In the spring, Dr. Archer was treating most of her patients remotely. At the same time, Brookdale's emergency room was under intense pressure, according to its chair of emergency medicine, Dr. Sandra Scott.
No one really expected what we experienced. So once it became evident that COVID-19 was on its way to New York City and on its way to America, we started to prepare in the best way that we knew how. So we started to think about surge space. We started to think about what additional equipment we would need. So for example, the oxygen demand went up considerably. So we went from an emergency department that maybe had an exchange of 10 oxygen tanks per day to an emergency department that needed 250 oxygen tanks per day.
But it was far more than a question of beds and equipment. Dr. Scott agrees with people who say this was akin to going to war.
So I feel like my employees were soldiers in a war against this pandemic, and they showed up. They showed up and they supported each other. And that's what kept people coming to work every day. That's what kept me coming to work every day. Even though we saw unbelievable, unimaginable tragedy on a daily basis, the drive to provide care and to help and to try and save as many lives as possible is what got people up in the morning and helped them to perform the selfless act of taking care of others.
I'm wondering how many of those folks were presenting with pre-existing conditions that sort of exacerbated the condition that they were in with relation to COVID, and how that may have made things more difficult for a place that serves a community like Brownsville.
I think what this pandemic has done is it's a big, gigantic spotlight. So for some of us, we already knew intimately what we were dealing with, and we weren't terribly surprised that the pandemic had a much more negative impact on this population. I think the culmination of the Black Lives Matter movement and the pandemic highlights how the outcomes that we see are really outcomes of racism and slavery.
There's a direct line from centuries of barriers for Black and brown people to the deep healthcare discrepancies Dr. Scott sees in Brownsville today. the neighborhood with the lowest life expectancy in all of New York City. But she also sees some specific, affordable solutions that should be nurtured.
We learned that telehealth was super, super effective. And, we have the technology to provide telehealth to all kinds of communities, right? You don't need to be in a wealthy community to see your doctor on your smartphone. We should have been doing that a while ago, right? We should have had that access to telehealth for all communities should have been readily available, and it should be readily available today, because that's a very effective, reasonable, relatively low tech in this day and time way to bring healthcare into the household of people who are not able to get out of their household easily to access healthcare.
And even if you can get to the ER, no one wants to sit around with a deadly virus in the air.
We opened a new process in our emergency department so that patients can actually call ahead and speak to a nurse, and the nurse can give them guidance about checking into their visit from home so that they really are, having their weight at home. But let's say that you weren't able to get your diabetes medicine refilled, you can't get in touch with your doctor, you have one more day of medication left, you're feeling reasonably well. That's a situation where you can say, hey, I feel like I need to come in. And we can say, all right, come in, we're ready for you at 10 o'clock. And you leave your home, you come in, and we see you right away and we get you right out.
Meanwhile, Dr. Archer says the healthcare system hasn't done enough to treat the psychological impact of COVID.
No, I'm not satisfied at all. I don't think there is much mention of mental health in terms of this pandemic. And there are a lot of mental health issues that have been exacerbated or unroofed because of the pandemic. For example, there are a lot of people who have become more isolated, and now it's gotten worse because they're so isolated, because they're not around their family, they're not around a lot of people.
Dwight is an outpatient at Brookdale, diagnosed with schizophrenia. He lives with his father and doesn't work outside the home. For him, the pandemic has meant long stretches of cabin fever.
The cabin fever in my house is more walking around the house trying to find things to do. And when everything is done, as you see, to the refrigerator, on the couch, to the refrigerator, on the couch, and then you might lie down and take a little sleep or something like that. Then you wake up and you say to yourself, I can't live like that.
Dwight started hearing voices at around 20 and says he and his father used to be at war. But since he's had consistent treatment, things are much easier between them.
You and your dad worked it out now. You guys got to a good place, the war is over. But if you had to describe what schizophrenia is to someone who has no idea, what would you tell them? Schizophrenia is an illness where you hear voices and voices telling you to do things. Your feelings does be up and down most of the time. You have sad days and you have happy days, But most of the time you're sad because I thought that I was dealing with something mystical, and some mystical being or something did something to me, and now I'm walking around with a bag of noise in my head and people talking to me. Do you think it's harder for someone who might have schizophrenia or another mental health issue to deal with this pandemic and what's happening now? Yeah. With mental illness, it could be harder on them because, as I say, they blame themselves for everything. If the corona don't have nothing to deal with them, it's just a disease which they find in China, and they seem to get a crazy mind off it, and it's hard on them, you know what I mean?
We have to acknowledge that another wave of something is coming. So I think that's the first thing, is to be realistic and to say, listen, we have a problem. So it needs to be you and me and others, not necessarily black and brown people having this conversation, not necessarily women having these conversations, right? It needs to be multi-generational, multidisciplinary, multicultural, multi-ethnicity, having the conversation and then collectively creating the solutions.
We understand that everyone's having difficulties. Our goal, even pre-pandemic, was never to evict someone. We're always willing to work things out because life happens.
A month before COVID-19 put New York City on pause, a study from the Institute for Children, Poverty, and Homelessness identified Brownsville as the fourth most severely rent-burdened neighborhood in New York City, which means close to 2 in 5 households spends 50% or more of their income on rent. Brownsville's rental vacancy rate is 4%. And pre-pandemic, 8.5 in every 1,000 of the neighborhood's households entered the shelter system. That's more than twice as high as the averages across Brooklyn and New York City, with evictions reported as the primary reason for entering shelter. As of October 1st, the state's eviction moratorium is over, meaning the clock is unstopped for all pre-pandemic eviction proceedings.
We have a tenant pre-pandemic that hasn't paid me since February of 2019. And I recently saw her in a newly acquired luxury vehicle. I can't kick her out. I would like to because she's occupying a home that someone who appreciates it more can be living in. Even with the worst tenant, when you get to that point where you're at their door, your heart always sinks because you know you're affecting someone's life. It's their home, but I'm also running a business and I'm responsible to the other residents in the building. So a lot of times it's not, and it's usually not just because they're not paying rent. There's usually behavioral problems with the tenants and or their children. They're making living in the building difficult for the others. So it's my responsibility to keep the building as safe as I can for everyone else. But it's never a good feeling to put someone out of their home. But you know, it's part of the job.
Part of the job Sharon Redhead has done for 20 years, managing the 19-unit apartment building her parents bought in 1987. And her young sister Kim has been sharing the day-to-day responsibilities for the past decade. It's a family business in every sense.
My memories have always been going with my parents to the building to do the maintenance. You know, Dad used to take me around and we would be in the basement. He would be gathering his tools because he had to do something. And I was always the one carrying, can I carry the hammer? Those are my memories. So those are the things that I remember as a child coming up and handling some of the paperwork. I used to have to draw the lines for Daddy's low balance book. Those are the things I remember, you know, and that's my memory. So when I get, or I read in the paper, or I see the approach of the ugly landlord, you know, that's not my family. It's a family business, and that's how we treat it.
My name is Alban Redhead. My wife and I purchased this building in 1987. It was closed up for a long period. I was told about 14 years. There were no tenants in the building, and most of the area was in a very desolate situation, but we decided to take the chance.
By most measures, it was a good gamble. But after more than 30 years in the property management game, he can't help but feel a little nostalgic.
My tenants and I were like neighbors, brothers and sisters, but since the politician got involved, everything split. The tenants were never hostile to the landlord before, never, until the politicians got involved.
In June 2019, the New York State Legislature approved the most stringent rent laws in the country on behalf of New York City's 5.4 million renters. From killing the dreaded broker's fee to making unlawful evictions a misdemeanor. And in June of this year, the Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents on New York City's rent-regulated apartments because of the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's good news for some, but not nearly enough for others.
The call to #CancelRent has been ringing out from the streets of our city all the way to the halls of power.
I think the cancel rent movement has played an important role in getting people to understand the gravity of the crisis, the breadth of this crisis. Passed the strongest tenant protection legislation in America last year for millions of tenants throughout the state. But we still have a lot of work to do. And the issue now is to ensure that we prevent anyone from losing their home in the short term by making sure people are not evicted, and then figure out how to cover the cost of the rent.
Brian Kavanaugh is the chair of the New York State Senate's Housing, Construction, and Community Development Committee.
And it's critical that we make sure that this crisis does not become an eviction crisis. No landlord has a right now to push anybody out of their homes. We know that tenants, when they get eviction notices, they're legitimately concerned. We have legislation that would prevent not only evictions from happening, but the cases from proceeding, even cases from beginning and notices of eviction being filed on people. Right now, the courts are processing these things in a limited way, but we are committed, many of us are committed to making sure that nobody loses their home because of COVID-19 or because of the economic shutdowns, which were necessary, but were ordered by the government in many cases. So, this is not a problem that low-income New Yorkers created. It's not a problem that landlords created either. It's a problem that we all have accepted as our means of dealing with the public health crisis.
Small landlords are facing the economic and public health crisis head-on, while simultaneously fighting a public relations battle.
I hear the politicians shout some of this rhetoric. I think it's irresponsible because you don't ask any other service provider to do that. You're not telling the supermarket units provide free food. You're not telling the utilities stop collecting your monthly bill. So why would you take this kind of initiative with this particular service provider? It's a service we're providing because not only are we providing a home, but we're providing heat, we're providing hot water, we're providing electricity. All of those mediums come through us. So I think it's highly irresponsible and for people to expect that you can get all those services for free.
I wish those politicians who are supporting that idea would agree to forego their salary to help those tenants pay rent and buy food. Put your money where your mouth is.
So when you hear cancel rent, what's the first thing you think of?
It's like a gut punch. Because, as I said before,
it's not realistic.
It's not realistic, and we're all in this together. And this economy is cyclical. You take one spoke out of the wheel, and it no longer works.
That's it.
So when we collect rent, it doesn't go in my pocket. I have to pay the super, I have to pay the plumber, the electrician, I pay the water bill, the gas bill, the light bill. Heating season is a couple days away.
Yes.
And then a big hunk goes to the city for taxes. And so if they don't pay me, all those people
don't get paid.
And those are also families. The plumber has a family, the electrician has a family, the super has his family to take care of.
Would you consider yourself a business owner or an essential worker?
Both. We are both business owners, and people don't like to discuss that when it comes to housing, but for us it is a business. But we're also essential workers because
we're providing homes for
people,
several families,
for many families,
right.
And it's our responsibility to make sure that those homes are well maintained and it's a safe environment. So even when our tenants stayed home, I had to leave my home to make sure that things were okay in the building and was being kept clean.
And they do it while collecting an average rent of about $900 a month in an area where an affordable housing lottery for a one-bedroom apartment for an individual making 50% of the area median income of $33,000 a year rents for $862 a month and draws thousands of applicants.
How many millions of renters in New York? They're not all in a building owned by these conglomerates. On this block alone, there are multi-family houses that, are same situation as us. First generation, second, sometimes third generation, and they're renters in them. So they have to value that because without us, these relationships are gone.
And affordable housing is gone.
And affordable housing is gone. Forget what the mayor says. Affordable housing comes from us.
Like you said, our rents are under 9.
Right, and
that is affordable
housing in this community and the
city
new developments are
it's not
are double what our tenants are paying. So
double.
So affordable housing comes from small property owners all across the city.
The impulse to draw the line between landlords and tenants is understandable, but it's a truly interdependent relationship, one that calls for more than angry demands from either side, and deserves the respect of uncompromising action from government leaders before, during, and long after the pandemic.
It feels sometimes going to work, no matter how great the community is, it's the outside forces that can make the work that much more difficult.
Days before what was to be the first day of class for New York City's 1.1 million public school students, Dr. Arabelle Pembroke, principal of the Riverdale Avenue Middle School in Brownsville, shared her excitement and concerns about the upcoming school year in District 23. With her rookie season as principal under her belt, Dr. Pembroke was ready to slay another school year. Then came COVID.
On paper, my day ends at 4 o'clock. It doesn't. I'm on 24/7, right? On paper, I've got a list of responsibilities. In reality, I'm everything. I'm HR. I'm a social worker. I'm an instructional expert. I'm a disciplinarian. I'm a liaison. I'm a facilitator. I'm a trainer. And it's a lot of demands on one person.
And on top of that, you add a global pandemic.
Yeah. Where now I had to become a doctor. Right? And a press conference like liaison, communicate information to staff that I just got 5 minutes ago that I'm trying to process or unpack myself.
Are you ready? Like, do you feel like it's safe to be back?
No, I don't have a nurse. I don't have a nurse. Yeah. And it's my understanding that the school hasn't had a dedicated, permanently assigned nurse for a few years now, and I've only been here a year.
Being under-resourced with overwhelming demands, Dr. Pembroke is choosing to accentuate the positive, focusing on the new instructional opportunities remote learning presents.
It's forcing principals to just be innovative, right? Teachers too. My teachers, my Riverdale Avenue Middle School teachers, flourished with their approaches to engaging students online during live instruction, with their approaches to really tailoring an activity or a lesson or an assessment to really get to the root of or to the point of the standard that they're trying to measure the student's progress.
Screen to screen.
Screen to screen.
But the idea of reimagining the school day presents its own set of challenges in Brownsville.
Yes, outside learning makes sense, but not every school can. I would love to have outdoor classes here with my students. I don't know how realistic that is, given the neighborhood that the school is in. And, you know, some of the real challenges that are happening here. I would not take that risk. Gun violence, gang activity. I wouldn't take that risk with my students. Absolutely not. I wonder if there was any thought to how complex the problem is, so it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all answer or solution. It just can't. COVID highlighted some of the disparities that folks knew for a long time. What people love to say and what looks good on paper is a strong leader will like turn a school around. There's truth in that. I could turn a school around if I've got strong community partnerships. Strong community partnerships look like community leaders that are in alignment with what my vision is for my school and in alignment with what their vision is for their community. What that should look like is job opportunities, continuing out adult education programs that are local, financial literacy programs, things that when you have too much of a deficit in, now start to climb up the priority ladder and take away from the day-to-day business of a school. The Brownsville average for students that are in temporary housing, the ratio is 1 to 4. My school alone is 1 to 3.
Temporary housing.
Yeah, students that are either in shelters or displaced for whatever reason and then living with a family member.
91% of students in District 23 are considered economically disadvantaged. 29% have some form of disability. 15% are homeless.
So I've got students traveling from the Bronx to come to school every day. So when they show up to school at 9 o'clock or 9:10, you really think I'm gonna start like really harassing them about why they haven't gotten here on time? It is still my job though as the leader to motivate my kids to come to school, right? To meet with my families that are in temporary housing, to get them to, make every effort to send their children to school. But if that family's priority for right now, for that day is something else, and on their value judgment, like ladder, school is here and finding a job is here, I'm still gonna do my job.
Brownsville's unique challenges highlight the need for additional support in order to help families prioritize school in a post-COVID educational system. But through it all, Dr. Pembroke keeps families, students, and her own well-being at the center of the conversation.
What advice would you have for a parent of a kid who's in your school?
Health and safety trumps everything. If you're putting your child in, an environment, in a position that could potentially, be fatal, I think the answer is pretty clear. What's keeping me awake at night? What if I contract the virus, test positive, I go home, my 2-year-old now is sick? That's what keeps me up at night.
You're on the front lines, man.
Yeah. And that's the job. It's the job. Scary. But I'm taking every precaution. My team will. And I just stay prayed up.
I go where there's real problems at, where people are getting killed. I can get killed. I don't got a bulletproof vest. I don't carry a gun, but I still go in these places 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. You know why? Because the sick, the elderly, the kids, and everybody else need help.
It has been a violent weekend in New York City. More than a dozen people were shot. 8 shootings in 4 boroughs.
14 shootings just yesterday with 18 victims.
7 people were injured in 3 separate shootings, all within 4 minutes of one another.
The shooting broke out just before 1 a.m. at the corner of Livonia and Watkins in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
The shooting in Brownsville, Brooklyn.
3 people have been shot in Brownsville, Brooklyn this morning.
Crime in New York City has been on the decline for decades. But in early summer, as the city cautiously emerged from months of COVID-19 lockdown, a surge in gun violence began. According to the NYPD, as of November, there have been 1,331 shootings in 2020. In 2019, that number was 685. The number of shooting victims has gone up as well. So far, there have been 1,635 victims of gun violence, as compared to 812 in 2019. In Brownsville, one of the neighborhoods hit hardest by the pandemic, murders and shootings are more than double of 2019. So what's going on in Brownsville? And is the situation as bad as they say it is? I asked entrepreneur, community board member, and Brownsville born and raised Anita Pierce.
When you read the newspapers, you would think that Brownsville is hot all the time in terms of violence. Okay, so let's be real, it does happen. It's not like we're sitting in the middle of a war zone, right? Where, we can't go outside, where we can't experience life. Those things do exist, but it's not every day. And it's frustrating to me, when people are constantly, making a statement to say, Brownsville is this. There are pockets of stuff, right? But I promise you it's not every day.
Brownsville's 73rd Precinct reported that violent shootings went up from 30 in 2019 to 85 as of November 2020. The number of shooting victims has gone up from 48 to 105. That's a 183% increase in shooting incidents and almost 119% increase in shooting victims.
Do you think that Brownsville actually does have a higher level of gun violence than other communities around Brooklyn?
The data says we do. We absolutely do. But we're the last to get the resources, right? So let's talk about it. When you're scrambling for resources, you will have more violence.
Brownsville native Kamara Jackson is the founder and CEO of Elite Learners, a youth empowerment and anti-violence community organization. She believes that the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 in a community that was already struggling could be a major cause of the rise in gun violence.
When the pandemic initially hit, violence numbers dropped because individuals were inside, right? We were quarantined. They weren't really out on the street. But as we started to open up, our violence numbers started to hit the highest that they've ever been. And that was just as a result of the temperament that people are on as a result of the pandemic. So we had people that could not get on unemployment, people that lost their jobs. We have individuals that were released from prison with no resources, right? So here we are, we're saying, okay, we're going to let you out because of a pandemic, but we're gonna provide very little support for you to become successful. All that creates chaos. Chaos in families lead to chaos in communities. A hungry person can become a violent person.
Lost jobs, lack of resources, hunger. On top of these, criminologists also attribute the rise in shootings to pandemic-induced cabin fever and the advent of summer, traditionally high crime season. The New York Police Department, however, has blamed a recent bail reform law, which limits a judge's ability to keep people in jail pre-trial. They also connect the rise in gun violence to the emergency release of incarcerated people in order to curb the spread of coronavirus. The Black Lives Matter protest and calls to defund the police, they say, led to the disbanding of the NYPD's anti-crime plainclothes unit, which meant less policing and more shootings.
Rhetoric of defund the police, get rid of the police, abolish the police, that's got to end.
We need three things. I'm going to keep repeating it for people. We need support. We need laws that help the police instead of handcuff them. And then we need resources.
They've blamed the shutdown in the courts. They've blamed the bail law. They've blamed just the prosecutors. I mean, it's like, pick a reason and they've blamed it. But where they faltered is providing the evidence.
Anyone who's out there surmising what kind of impact the pandemic has had on violence is just doing no more than surmising. And if they're coming up with very firm conclusions that the pandemic means that there's more violence, means we should be giving more money to police, and it's especially coming from, that message is coming from the police, we should be really wary of any assumptions that are being drawn.
Scott Heckinger is a public defender and the former director of policy for Brooklyn Defender Services. Today, he's the founder and director of Zealous, a national advocacy group of public defenders working towards ending mass incarceration.
Police are the reason why there is more crime, so-called crime, in these neighborhoods, and more violence. Characteristics that drive violence: isolation, shame, economic deprivation, and violence itself are the primary consequences of over-policing in communities. It makes communities feel isolated, makes people feel ashamed. It takes away resources that otherwise would be spent on poverty alleviation, and being handcuffed, even if you ultimately don't get arrested, being stopped and frisked unconstitutionally, being shot by police is obviously a form of violence itself.
Police officers, there's very little engagement. There's a lot of patrolling, right? There's a lot of looking, and there's very little interaction. In our community, at the state that it's in now, we need engagement. We need interaction. We need people to know how we're feeling and how's our day going, and we need, to have support systems around. And that's what the Cure Violence organizations provide. It's a big support system for communities.
Cure Violence programs take a public health approach to reducing violence by training credible insiders to be what are known as violence interrupters, usually former gang members who draw from their own experiences. Their job is to engage with young people and then identify and mediate potential conflicts before they turn violent.
I want to show the black young male and also the black young lady what a black male can be, even when you go through all that. Despite me going through all that I've been through, prison, being shot, shooting people, being arrested for murders, being accused of murders, being in prison, going to war, being in solitary confinement, doing almost 35 years in prison, and all this, total, all this violence that I've been through. I'm showing them that despite I've been through that, I didn't break, that you can change. You can change your ways. You can change everything about you despite what you go through. You don't have to give up.
Anthony Green is a violence interrupter who's prevented hundreds of shootings that could have led to people getting killed, injured, or ending up in prison.
Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to get some young guys jobs. Do you know how good I feel? Seriously, even my cousin's son, I got him a job. Do you know how good I feel just doing that? I got another young black man a job. That's action. Instead of worrying about what his problem is, I went and solved the problem.
The community members are more likely to listen to someone that looks like them, comes from where they come from, and really walk the normal roads of life. And that looks 9 times better than having 40 police officers on one corner. Our young people are already naturally afraid, and they have a guard up when it comes to officers.
What is the relationship like being a violence interrupter versus working with the police?
I just want something clear. We don't work with the police at all. A violence interrupter is here for the people of the community, whatever community that you're in. I'm not getting involved with your police work, and I'm not here to assist you. My concern is my community, to keep them from hurting each other, killing each other, robbing each other, or whatever the case may be. Whatever y'all do, that's on them. I'm from this area, and this area has always been violent, unfortunately. You can say poverty, you can use the drugs, you can use all that. But let's not get it twisted. We can't bring guns and drugs here. However, if you don't have jobs and you don't have ways and means and resources to do things, what will you result in?
Our kids are hungry, they're starving, and they're starving for success. They want to make it out of Brownsville. They want to tell a different narrative. And that's what we're here to encourage them to do.
We are mothers, we're fathers, we're community members. We don't want violence. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want people to be shot.
Never ran, never will. Yeah, that still exists. However, You know, when you're thinking about, you know, what you can't Google is the heart and soul of the community residents that live here and want to remain here. The new Brownsville is one where we are aiming to create an environment where everyone is like happy, whole. One where, you know, when I think about where we're sitting, that my daughter comes and plays and there isn't any issues or concern. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you can sit and be able to enjoy, you know, just actually sitting in a park and enjoying it.
We all have these skills and we're trying to understand, how do we build it out? Where do we start? Who do you speak to? Is there anywhere to go to get these resources? I need to figure this out because clearly not everybody's getting there that easy, and I love a challenge.
Before the pandemic hit, the median American household income was nearly $70,000. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, it was less than 33. The unemployment rate for the country and the rest of the city was around 5%. In Brownsville, it was 15. By the numbers, it was bad, and now it's worse. But even as joblessness grows, the community continues to have a certain spirit, a pride of place, an endurance.
When COVID hit, I already was about to sign a contract to continue on with the nonprofit. When they started letting me know that, you know, the budget was dropping and clearly I will have to be on my way in a few more days.
But instead of becoming a statistic, Kiana Hallams became an entrepreneur. She'd been taking a business class hoping to become a fashion designer when she landed on an idea for a new enterprise.
I thought to myself, like I said, what's the worst can happen? We're in COVID, I'm in my house. Fallback for people was unemployment. So I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, hey, if I don't beat this entrepreneurship, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment right away. The first week, I met someone in my class. That's how it took off.
But Brownsville isn't the easiest place to start a business. Kiana was only too familiar with what the neighborhood lacked.
I was a young girl. I didn't have no activities really for me to do to express myself the way I wanted to.
Tell me your first address that you remember.
725 Stanley Avenue. That's the address there. There was a one-bedroom, me, my mom, and my two sisters. It was a really eye-opener for me growing up in that neighborhood. I would never forget the day, you know, when police raided over here. I don't know at the time how it happened, but I do remember them taking my mom, put her in jail right here at the precinct, and they took me along with her. And I would never forget, you know, just watching my mom and her just pleading, just like, you know, she's pregnant. That's the main thing I noticed that we didn't have a lot of, just safety. When it doesn't say safety from each other, it's just in general from the world, because we're already characterized as these people. So people already walk past us thinking we're gonna be this type of person. And I want to change that narrative. Like, who wouldn't want to wake up and say, I own the company down the block and your neighbor is your friend and they own your next door business next to you. There's others doing it. Why not start here?
Kiana decided to turn from making fashion to making personal protective equipment, or PPE.
Things change when the world changed, and that's why I said I was actually just a fashion designer. I wasn't thinking about becoming a manufacturing enterprise. Everything changed, and that's what I thought. I want to save lives with these type of items that I'm making.
In her class, she met someone who knew someone at New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, which runs the 362 public housing developments throughout the city, the highest concentration being in Brownsville. They were looking for someone from the community to help make masks.
really thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm really doing this. Like, and the next thing you know, someone else in my class reached out to me and was like, the commissioner was sending out a list of them asking for vendors to create PPE. And they was like, well, you're a designer. If you're going to do face masks, you should think of other things. And I looked at this little list and I'm like, gowns? I could make shirts. I could make gowns. And I kid you not. And I tell people, I looked at the application and it legitimately said 10,000 gowns a week. I looked at it and I was like, who says I can't, you know?
She started filling orders and hiring staff, pulling in out-of-work folks she knew from the neighborhood.
So for Kiana, we're really excited. I mean, she is the epitome of what you want to see every other person in Brownsville do, right? Take their natural talent, develop a business, obtain a contract, and operate within their own community and then hire people. And so for her, we're actually in the process of helping her locate a space where she can fully manufacture the PPE.
LaShawn Muhammad is the director of the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation.
What we're looking to do is not just bring in the next Target on Pickett Avenue. If you look at our business corridor on Pickett Avenue, there's only one business that's owned by a local resident. What does that tell you? We are not supposed to create a system where people have to be dependent upon them, right? Because poverty essentially is a business. Helping people become self-sufficient is where economic development plays a role and will address the issue of the trauma, right? Of poverty, right? Of having to depend on another thing, a person, for your very survival.
Just before COVID, Brownsville got some help in building these systems. It came in the form of a grant that brought together some of the neighborhood's leading community organizations.
So Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Youth Design Center, formerly known as Made in Brownsville, along with the Community Board 16, 4 institutions in Brownsville that is part of the Brownsville Mobility Labs initiative. And this is a national program sponsored by the Robin Hood Foundation that literally assists community to come up with their own economic mobility strategy for their community.
It's been a 9-month planning process with Jobs First NYC. Part of it is a new online portal launching this fall called Own Brownsville.
Own Brownsville essentially means, the acronym stands for ownership, wealth building, and networking, right? And so what this website does, though, it literally encapsulates all of the resources that currently exist in the community. This was created as a response to COVID-19.
One hope is that these partnerships and internet resources will help spur job growth, but also give guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs, something Kiana lacked when she was first starting out.
I tell people I wish I had a mentor, I wish I had that, and I mean that I didn't, I would love to become one. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not even doing this for me, to be honest, because I'm still thinking about the little Kiana, because I didn't really have that little Kiana fun. And just thinking about it now, it's like, share it while you can. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional, why? Oh my gosh, I am.
Kiana has applied to the Department of Education to offer a class on entrepreneurship, and she's giving a pitch to schools throughout the city.
Hello everyone, my name is Kiana Hollums and I am the CEO and founder of Attire LLC. And I'm here to obtain an invitation into your schools.
With the pitch over and Kiana getting inquiries, she's now out looking for a space to grow her PPE operation. She's committed to staying in Brownsville and giving back to the community.
There's not even a bar restaurant. Like, I have to travel legitimately to Williamsburg just to sit at a bar. How we don't have a bar in this neighborhood? Like, we don't even have a restaurant we could sit down and eat and dine with each other. There's not even a diner. Like, there's no place for us to be civilized people that we could feel in this community. So that's why I'm like, who tells us that we have to leave here for this to be built for it to be comfortable for someone else? No, let's build it and comfortable and stay here, okay? And I think that's what it needs to be changed in Brownsville, and I think that's my way of seeing Brownsville, is that type of change.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi,
nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh. Come on, wait till you see our new greenhouse.
Come on.
Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hey. So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough. That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS.
Yeah, but you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, it's the school dietitian. Really works
You know what?
so hard.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the po-po, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so. Teacher Amy, can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home. Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school. I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness. Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school? I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa,
And what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's
it's
it's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we would just steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it. Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother. Mm-hmm.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really. When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
He must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay? All right. Hey, Mr. Poindexter, love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, John Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your ad was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you.
Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh,
okay.
Excuse me?
Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually going to say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part,
Yeah.
what are you?
You
It's
got-
like,
you got-
Excuse me,
totally
I'm
getting
a,
a
I'm
big,
a, I'm
like...
a Sephardic
No, I just
Jew.
have
It's like
big
Sephardic
eyes. I
Jew.
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank one too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. Oh my God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please.
All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm. Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Stanning?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it. She's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh, because all you want to do is talk about
that we have to deal with
Brother and Sheeran and Ginger.
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
I just think that it's still very,
Don't
very
talk about Bernie. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying. It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Now listen to the smooth sounds of Bric Tv music.
Young Ace.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
The side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired, though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic, though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
You know, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights. And you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Then you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? I pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're.
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. You remember where you were? Delicious? Come on. I'm trusting you. This is delicious. Right? Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. My mother hated Times Square. All run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. You never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? And maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I just thought that, we,
But let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one me I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling and
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe. There's a remedy, yeah.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
We'd like to acknowledge and pay deep respect to the indigenous peoples, past, present, and future, in particular the Lenape and the Canarsie. We acknowledge and are extremely grateful to them for the land that we are gathered on this very moment. Please join me in this acknowledgement with much respect and gratitude. How do we begin to undo 400 years worth of ties, respecting the ties that bind us while dismantling the knots that would keep us in bondage? A national anthem, a foundational document, an original sin. One nation under God, indivisible, our collective birthright. Square that with the constant drumbeat for a remedy for grievances that stretches back to the 1607 arrival of America's first undocumented immigrants. On the east bank of the Powhatan River, about 2.5 miles southwest of modern-day Williamsburg, Virginia. In what was once the Sukumana country of the indigenous Powhatan people. A relationship that started with dancing and feasting and evolved less than 2 generations later into a treaty that confined the Powhatan to reservations and required the declining indigenous community to pay yearly tribute to the English for the privilege.
If the dictionary definition of compensation or money or material payable by defeated country to another country or individual for losses suffered during or as a result of war is to be believed, then America's first formal experiment with reparations left its indigenous people in debt to an alien enemy combatant. We've come a long way since 1646. What about reparations now? With all due respect to that historical context, we have some contemporary thought leaders here to share their respective insights. It's a question with deep roots leading to a national conversation that's finally starting to bloom. And we're here to do our part and confront it as a community. Welcome to this Bric Be Heard Town Hall presented in collaboration with Seeding Sovereignty. Taking a walk right now to introduce you to those folks I prefaced just a little bit earlier. You can see the town in our town hall is here. Thank you guys for joining us. So if you're watching on television or on the internets right now, or if you happen to be in the room, we appreciate it. And I'm going to do the honor of introducing the folks who are assembled for our panel here. Starting with the chief.
This town hall is BS. You want to discuss reparations?
We do want to discuss reparations, and we're going to do it as a collective. So if you would like to take part of the conversation, we'll have the conversation.
It's BS.
Thank you.
It's not a campaign slogan for the Democrats to try to fool black people into voting for them. Reparations is not a game. Reparation is not a game.
You know what?
Reparations movement, and ain't none of them on.
The reparations movement is happening, and if you'd like to participate, you can stay.
Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game.
All right, is everybody else secure in their seats? Let's have a conversation. And I can assure you, no one in this building, no one in this zip code thinks that reparation is a game. Agreed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and my community? All right, forward. I'm going to introduce you right now to Chief Perry. Thank you for being here right now. It really is an honor to have you here, especially in the face of people who would make that we're not here, but we're glad to have you. Just to let you know, Chief Dwayne Perry is the chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation, and he is no stranger to the front line. He's also a Vietnam veteran, and he's been engaging in a fight right now for his very community. So thank you for spending some time with us this evening, Chief. All right, now I'm looking at Noah Millman. Noah Millman is a Brooklynite. He also happens to be a screenwriter, and he is a columnist and critic at The Week. Thanks for joining us, Noah. Coleman Hughes is a columnist and contributor at Quillette, the New York Times, as well as the Wall Street Journal, and he's also written for the National Review. Thanks for joining us, Coleman. And L. Joy Williams, in addition to being a brilliant political strategist, is also the president of the Brooklyn chapter of the NAACP. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. The Reverend Mark Thompson is here. He's one of the early founding members of NCOBRA. We appreciate him being here. He's been a voice on reparations and the fight for liberation for a very long time, and we're happy that you were here this evening.
Thank you.
Finally, Professor Catherine Franke is here. She's a professor of law, gender, and sexuality studies at Columbia University, and you may be very interested to know is the author of the just-released book. Oh, it gets better. The book is titled Repair, Redeeming the Promise of Abolition, and just by way of a little letting you know what it's about, it makes the case for racial reparations today by telling the story of an experiment in South Carolina and Mississippi in the 1860s where people were actually given land as a form of reparations that was later taken away from them. So, historical context, and it's all in the book. So, we're going to start with, Professor Franke. Welcome. So I'm going to Bernie Sanders you all for just a moment. I'm saying we're talking about reparations, but what is it? I'm going to ask each of you, starting with you, Chief, to give me your working definition of reparations.
Well, my thought is perhaps the most important thing that reparations can do is present history and knowledge as it really occurred, not as a paradigm to abuse and to manipulate the society. A good example would be my people were instrumental in ensuring the success of the American experiment. However, they said, we'll let you guys stay alive in place. That's okay. That meant we were the first slaves in the state of New Jersey. So reparation, I think, have to start with the integrity of true history, of knowledge, before we can work beyond some more finite approaches.
So Noah, from where you sit, how would you define reparations today?
I'm probably the least qualified to do that on the panel, but when I think of what reparations means, it is an attempt to reconcile with the past between communities that one has suffered at the hands of the other. And whether that is in the form of monetary or whatever, it is an intracommunal agreement, effectively, that what we are doing now is settling a long-standing grievance.
Eljoy, I know you're a fan of a very large perspective on just exactly what reparations meant, but if you had to top line it and give your elevator pitch, as it were, what would you say reparations are now?
Well, I would begin where the chief begins. Is the first thing is the acknowledgement and the truth-telling of our combined history. And so that means not telling the story of the American experiment if we're simply talking about reparations here. There's a larger conversation about reparations. But if we're talking about it here, then we have to tell the true story, and it can't be through the lens of the white colonizers who were here. So it has to be a holistic conversation, starting with there. We're talking, you mentioned the book. We're still uncovering stories and places of, what was done, what harm was done. That is part of reparations. Part of it is uncovering everything and then being able to tell the true story. Following that is then the discussion on how do we repair? How do we provide whatever resources or what have you that contributed to where the community is? But the other piece that I take from the UN's definition of reparation is there's also at the end this making sure that it's not done again. And so when we're talking about reparations overall, it's uncovering, it's truth-telling, it's, yes, the discussion on how do we repay. And for me, that doesn't necessarily always have to be in the form of a check and written out from who and who writes the check. There's a repayment, and then there's also a commitment not to repeat it again. And that comes in different forms as well. So for me, I would say that is my working definition of reparations, beginning with the truth-telling. And because people are afraid of the conversation of a check and who receives it and who writes it, we never start at one, which is truth-telling and uncovering.
So Noah, how do these Coleman perspectives jibe with your idea of reparations?
Well, I think we've seen in the past few months that the word reparations increasingly means whatever anyone wants it to mean in the moment. Last year, there was a bar in Portland that had a reparations happy hour where white people donated into a pot and black people drank for free for a few hours under the heading of reparations.
It was something like that. I happen to know that the black people got $10 in cash each. It wasn't about them getting free drinks. They left with $10 to do whatever they'd like, just as a point of fact.
Okay, so that's reparations for some people. To me, reparations is something of a misnomer because the wrongs of history are generally too deep to actually be completely compensated. No Holocaust survivor really was made whole by the check they were given, no matter how large, by the German government. So I think it's easier to say what reparations is not than what it is. What it really, I guess, an approximation would be, it's a full-hearted recognition that a wrong was committed. Something happened that should not have happened. And more than that, it's an apology that feels more sincere because you're attaching something tangible to it, because words are very cheap. That's what it should mean, I think.
Looking at you, Reverend Thompson.
Well, first of all, thank you for having this important conversation. One correction, not an original founder of Cobra. I just want to correct that so I don't get in trouble. And I don't think do I look that old, brother, to you? But it's all good. But again, thank you for having us. I agree with what everyone has said. Obviously, reparations, the root word is repair. And so if we're talking about oppressed people in this country, and particularly, and let me just say, I'm in solidarity with my brother, the Native American people. A lot of the conversation around reparations right now is around Africans who were enslaved. And as a descendant of African people who were enslaved, for many of us, reparations means spiritual repair, cultural repair, repair through the means of education, health, economics, society. All of those things go together. And so it is obviously much broader than individual checks, but helping to build and establish institutions so that at least African Americans can catch up with white Americans. White Americans had help in terms of the Homestead Act, which didn't include us, housing loans, FHA, that helped build the suburbs, Social Security did not include us. And someone said, we see gentrification going on right now. So there were all of these helping hands given. And we as African Americans, not to exclude the indigenous people at all, none of us can ever catch up because everyone else got a head start and we didn't. So until we deal with that, that's why I think it's also important. And I know that Cobra feels like that, and the National feels this way, and the National African Americans Reparations Commission, and the new HR 40 deals with it in this way. We can't only talk about slavery. We have to talk about slavery's vestiges, because as soon as slavery was over, we had the Jim Crow era and everything that resulted from that. And now we live in an era where we have modern day lynchings by the hands of law enforcement. We have a racist criminal justice system. So the clock just keeps ticking and the toll keeps going higher and higher. So the sooner America addresses all of these injustices, the better.
Well, I'm saying, we got to pace ourselves. We got 90 minutes to go here. We got a lot to go through. Professor Franke.
It's hard to add anything to these amazing insights that the co-panelists here have contributed. But let me say, reparations are a tool and they're an opportunity for us to recover a kind of history, as Aljoy described, but to not relegate it only to history, but make it part of our national memory. So what we need to do with reparations, say for the Native American community, may be very different from what we would do for African Americans or for others in this country. So reparations are designed to repair a fundamental cultural form of injustice. And if we think about it specifically in the context of slavery, what we did with enslaved people was we legally freed them, but we never made them free. What we did is we abolished the institution, and then we said to a group of people who were abjectly poor, who could not read and write because it was illegal, actually it was criminal, to teach enslaved people to read or write. What we said to them is, go on, live your lives now as free people. What we needed to do at that time was give them the material resources in order to be actually free and full citizens. But we also needed to use those resources to recognize retroactively the terror, the rape, the death, the family separation, the humiliation of being enslaved. So reparations then were both backward-looking in terms of recognizing the fundamental soul-killing nature of this institution, slavery, but also forward-looking in terms of creating the very possibility for people to be free. We haven't done it in the United States since then, and we need to do it now.
So listening to each of you share your perspectives, I wonder why this moment? Why, after doing a number of these town halls, we have definitely met with very passionate members of our community and been able to sit across from each other and share contrasting views, but still share and speak and be engaged. Why are people prompted to act so passionately and in some cases be so amazingly siloed as we talk about reparations in 2019?
You mean, why is it a conversation that has now gotten to the level that it has?
That, and why are people walking out of a room before hearing one word about what we're actually engaged in this evening?
Well, I'll start with the first point. I think it's because of political power. So as you amass political power in this country, political and economic power, you get to be contributors in terms of setting the agenda and setting what is at stake and what, you know, the conversation is. And so as people, as marginalized groups gain more political voice, more economic power, particularly more political power, you then have an opportunity to bring to the forefront issues that, you know, to some people may have been, you know, a small group here or there. You now are able to make it a central point in, say, a presidential election or something like that, because you've now amassed power as voters. You've now amassed power in terms of elected leadership who can bring this voice to the table. The first iteration of just a commission, we ain't even talking about giving people checks. We just talking about a commission and study, like the thing, was I was born in 1978. It was 1978, right? And having that conversation. But if growing political power allows those people, us, to be able to set the agenda. And for me, the conversation about having a full-throttled, whether it's a commission or conversation or movement about reparations, connected to that is gaining political power so that you can set that agenda. So the more you see marginalized groups gaining political power and economic power, we're able then to set the table and determine what's on the menu. And reparations just happens to be on the menu because we have greater political power now.
I think there are two sides to this. This is absolutely right. We have people of color running for president as serious candidates, and many of them, and their constituencies are pushing them to talk about this issue. We also have somebody in the White House who is an abject racist and isn't shy about it. So the evil, the ugliness of white supremacy is out in the open in a way that we haven't seen before. Which isn't to say,
it's been racist and
no, I'm not saying,
before.
No, I'm not saying we haven't had it before.
Oh, okay.
No. But I think Donald Trump is giving voice to it and giving the blessings of the presidency in a way we haven't seen before. It's out in the open. Well, I mean, right. In recent period. So I don't want to say that we've not had white supremacy in this country before. I mean, that's been the founding value of this country from the first time that Europeans arrived. But I think there's something about the way that Donald Trump has inhabited it with a kind of joy that has also motivated people to think deeply about racial repair in this country.
Well, I think also we can be very specific. Donald Trump is no longer using the Nixon Southern strategy or the Lee Atwater strategy, quite frankly, which was a little more subtle. There were certain code words. I agree with you, Joy. We've always had racism and white supremacy, no question about it. People were, doing the hagiography of H.W. Bush, but, let's face it, he did Willie Horton. I haven't forgotten that. Yeah. But again, that was somewhat subtle. Donald Trump has thrown all that out the window, so he is an openly white supremacist individual. And right, it's a white lash. I agree with the audience. I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing, in answer to your questions, reparations come to the forefront. But I think we also have to give credit where credit is due. Our brother Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote the piece. And it's good and bad in many ways. It was great that he wrote it, but I think we all would agree. He wrote it, and it was in a mainstream white publication. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, as much as the black press and black institutions and black organizations have been struggling around the issue of reparations for a century or more, it wasn't until it was published in a mainstream white publication, this might really be about something. And lastly, to Joy's point in terms of constituencies and power, even more so, I think, than presidential candidates, Catherine, Democrats control the House. So you can't talk about a new empowerment for women and Latinos and other people and African Americans in general, and not finally have to consider the John Conyers legislation, which has been out there for almost 30 years or more, and now it's been renewed, and you can't really hide from it. Why? It's a very logical question for somebody to ask. Well, Democrats, are you finally going to pass H.R. 40? And right now, there's serious discussion about doing that. So I think those are all the contributing reasons.
You know, I think it may be somewhat Pollyannish, but I think also an element that's being missed is that as the population in general, we sort of have an intellectual parity that didn't really exist even 10 years ago. So that allows for sort of an intellectual outreach to a more expansive thought, particularly like a real code word is reparations. That's war. So now you're able to expand on the different meanings and what does that really look like. And that would not have happened if the society in itself hadn't matured forward a bit. I'm not saying there's not all of these problems, and I can give a whole soliloquy, can't speak, on the fact that Jim Crow is happening now.
Right.
Manipulation of zoning is happening now. I'm in a fight for our lives over our own property from people who feel it's entitled to manipulate the politics, to manipulate the security forces, to manipulate the communities. That's happening now, but on the other hand, it also gives some hope that our allies have all of us here. We have a like thought towards humanity. And I think if we sort of keep that light in front of us, we'll be able to walk forward and we shall overcome.
I don't know if we want to still talk about the sort of the political situation, but I'm curious just from a chronological perspective. I don't disagree with any of this, but a lot, my sense from the outside was that this national conversation really started in an active way in the second Obama administration when we had a black president. And I wonder to what extent a lot of this reflects disappointment with what that administration ultimately represented in terms of progress on some of these issues. That Black Lives Matter was still needed after we had a black president.
Yeah. Well, I want to go back 1 second to 2007 when the president addressed the NAACP and warned about reparations, saying this may not be the fight right now because it would give other folks license to say we're done with the black question, where we should be galvanizing ourselves to fight for specific injustices in the courts and in society. And if we just put all of our steam into reparations, we don't have to, they will say that reparations is done. We don't have to pay attention to everything that's happening.
Yeah, there is, I mean, we are now having the benefit of time away from an Obama presidency to really evaluate as a whole sort of how that presidency had an impact on our lives and on the country overall, right? The more time and distance that you have, even I would say even from the Trump presidency, the more you have distance from that election, from that presidency, you're able to see it in a different light. And so as we get further along, we start to have these conversations immediately afterwards about what was he able to do for the people that helped him get there in terms of voters, but then also from the community from which he came. And so the conversation of reparations is not new in society overall. And when I talk about that connection of political power, right, and here was this hope that people had, well, now we have a black man in, office. Clearly, he's going to do something to address or repair, the harm, right? And then there's a lot that you can say that the administration did that did, etch away, but how no one person is going to be able to repair the centuries and sort of decades of racism, Jim Crow, enslavement, and all of that packed up. That's a ditch that you got to really, get down and dig in. And so I think over time we'll continue to have the conversation about the failure of an opportunity, but there's also within our own community the dialogue and the disagreement about whether or not we need to pursue reparations. And just to add, what I was going to add is there's HR 40, but Charles Barron has a bill here in the state of New York to set up a New York commission, right? Because there's also, living in a states' rights society, there's also the individual states and what they did to contribute to the harm of communities of color and marginalized groups as well that we have to look at, right? So it's not just a federal conversation, it's a state conversation, it's also a corporate conversation, particularly from some of those corporations that still have existed, mainly banks and insurance companies and things of that nature, that we have to have this holistic conversation about. So yes, I don't personally don't put all of the blame on one particular person because they were in a position of power. Am I disappointed that he didn't go far enough? Absolutely. But is he the sole person to blame? For not
blame.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm talking about that in general. He's not the sole person to blame for the entire institution.
I would also say that sometimes there are just changes in the culture and ebbs and flows. So when Ta-Nehisi Coates 5 years ago now wrote the case for reparations, he specifically said that he suggested, despite liking Obama, that Obama not pursue reparations. 2014 felt different culturally than 2019 did. And we should also remember, right around 2001, there was a wave very similar to this one, where there was debates about reparations, and it was a hot debate in 2001, and then a couple years later, it just kind of fizzled. And I think there's some kind of difficult to explain, difficult to pin down the causation, just kind of ebb and flow with this conversation that is probably likely to continue. I don't expect this moment to continue for 5 years, maybe a year, maybe 2, I'm not sure. But it's probably going to ebb and flow again based on history.
I think a missing element with all of this is we need to have or somehow come to a decisive understanding, a focus of where we're going with it. Otherwise, it's going to become an intellectual exercise. And you're right, it's going to ebb and flow, and before you know it, nobody's even going to know what you're talking about. So I think that maybe perhaps not this forum at this moment, but we do need to convene and sit down and say, what are we talking about?
Well, it sounds like a good moment.
And I think, and I think a good example is the doctrine of discovery. I mean, I know people know more about it than the Pope. What's it doing? It's just been watered down into an intellectual discourse. So.
And I think connected to that is, who are the actors that need to participate in the reparations process? I think that's one of the things, is that we call and demand for reparations, but it doesn't mean that if you're relying on American government to control and chart out a process for reparations, we will be waiting for 400 more damn years for that to happen, right? I think the overall process, and starting first, we're talking about telling the truth and uncovering the dirt. That process is happening. Right? And that doesn't have to come from the government actors to do that. That can come from professors researching. That can come from elected officials, uncovering documents. That can come from Ta-Nehisi Coates writing in detail, about the case. That can come from The Color of Law, which, a book that details the housing discrimination and the laws and the Supreme Court cases that were ignored outright in order to create that. So part of it is the uncovering and the digging, and that doesn't all have to happen by the government as the actor, and I don't think it actually should. I think the uncovering, the truth-telling has to come from the outside, continuing to bang at the door to tell the truth on that. And that process is happening now. And so even though it may not be, the terminology may not be reparations, sort of uncovering that, New York Life Insurance charged Black folks more, and then they had that's part of the reparations and uncovering conversation. Talking about the banks and insurance companies, or talking about Wall Street and property that was taken, or even just finding out where you came from and your genealogy, because that was hidden and that was, you were separated from that. That's all part of the conversation.
It sounds to me, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, that we have a little bit of a disagreement anyway about what the word should mean. That you have a very expansive conception of what of what reparations is, and particularly that it is effectively an open-ended process, because there's always going to be more to learn.
Yes.
And so I guess what it sounds to me like what you're saying is that reparations is a way of thinking about social justice generally that focuses on what the sources are within society that caused the situation that we see today. What are the harms that were historic that have continued down into the present, either in terms of continuing to happen or in continuing to have ripple effects from things that happened in the past, the things that were done in the past. And I'm curious if that's what you're saying, really, why you think from a political perspective that's the right way to frame things in terms of getting what you want accomplished.
Well, because I think it's so connected and embedded in our society. And to your point of, we have a reparations conversation. We've decided this is the reparations commission. This is what we're going to do. We're going to open books and we're going to give checks and we're going to do that, and now it's done. Well, that still doesn't address a criminal justice system that still has, right? Yeah. That still doesn't address housing policy that's still on the books to this day, right? That still doesn't address all of those connections. It's similar to how I tell young people, just saying, sometimes saying things are just racist without talking about how specifically is racist is like throwing the bomb in the room, right? Because it's like just racist and then everybody's off guard. To say specifically, oh no, there was an actual law that said black people couldn't live here and that's what the racism was,
gotcha.
Right? Like gives context and saying this was deliberate, it was planned, it was written out, thoughtful, and continues to this day. And that's the uncovering the dismantling that needs to happen. So reparations is not an event, even if we have a conference or a commission or a study, like there's still so much interconnected in our society that we have to unpeel and disconnect.
Well, to be clear on that,
I'm
though.
sorry, just for one
Sure,
second.
sure.
I just want to let you guys know we've been here for a half hour already. So if you have some questions that you would like to get in on the conversation, you can make your way to either of these aisles, and I'll be hopping by. You can see that guy back there, and we'll bring the voices in. So thank you. Thanks.
Well, what I was going to say is, first of all, in terms of addressing the moment, much of the progress that has been made in the reparations movement over the past number of years has happened outside of the context of mainstream media coverage. So even if this moment right now, this very popular, it may seem to ebb, and things do ebb and flow, we have continued reintroduction of H.R. 40 and a new H.R. 40 because of a movement that made it happen. That wasn't on television, so everybody in the room should know being a part of the reparations movement may not mean you get your name in lights or that it's constantly covered. That's number one. Number two, to address the conversation between Noah and Joy, those who've been working in the movement, for example, in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and they're also part of a larger coalition, the National African American Reparations Commission, have helped to rework and redraft H.R. 40 in such a way that some of the academics and thought leaders, and obviously some politicians, would be a part of a commission to determine what forms reparations should take. Mind you, the original H.R. 40 was going to study whether or not there should be reparations. So this is different now. There's consensus that there ought to be, and now it's a question of what form it should take. And the 10-point program that some of those thought leaders in COBRA and the National African American Reparations Commission have put together is online, IBW21.org, and also in COBRAonline.org. And it charts out even some of the things you just named, how specifically we address issues of land, economics, access to capital, which is larger than just an individual check. Because we get individual checks now every 2 weeks. But again, we don't have the capital that others have had to build successful businesses. What do we do to change the criminal justice system? So it may not be a group gets together, says this is reparations, and then it's resolved in 6 months. Right. This may be something ongoing. They also make the case for there to be institutions for the ongoing study of oppression and what has happened to African Americans. institutions that go in and revamp the education system. I remember when we used to debate about more African-centered education. That's not a popular term anymore. But we know that a lot of our educational systems still educate people from a very white-centric point of view. How do we overhaul that? How do we change what's in the textbooks? How do we support our HBCUs, which still need support, particularly our medical schools, like in Meharry and Howard, where people need to be educated to deal with the health disparities that are ongoing in the African-American community. So, all of those things, in that 10-point program, if you want to go online and look, are laid out very, very specifically. But that's just one stab at it. This commission will consider everybody's thoughts in the process. That would be the plan anyway. And I also agree with Joy. Everybody in this room and everybody watching around the country lives in a state or city. City councils and state legislatures aren't waiting on H.R. 40 in Congress. They're doing their own things to address reparations in their communities. So what some of you can do is do that at home as well.
So I'm hearing a lot about the theme of justice and restoration, and it just puts me in the mind. Earlier I was looking at the 4 pillars of restorative justice. So the 4. Inclusion of all parties, number 1. Encountering the other side. Making amends for the harm, and finally, reintegration into communities. So taking those 4 pillars of restorative justice into account, how would restorative justice be different or dovetail with reparative justice? Professor Franke.
Well, this is my chance to be the law professor in the room, although there may be others that could jump in if they'd like to. Reparations is actually a more narrow concept than restorative justice. Reparations addresses, in the law, at least the way we think about it, and I think some of us have a more political conception of it, but at least in the law, as repairing a specific injury or a specific harm, even if it's massive, like white supremacy or slavery in this country, right? Reparative justice is about repairing an entire society. And that can be a much larger project. And I think sometimes the question of reparation gets collapsed into what I think we would all also agree that we are in favor of, which is creating a non-racist society. And so some of the measures that we would take to excise structural racism from every corner of our society may be more than what we would actually say would be entailed in reparations for slavery. So one way to narrow the question and maybe just distract attention from the happy hour version of reparations that Coleman was talking about is to keep bringing us back to the history. That the contemporary criminal justice system and its deep racist roots began the day that slavery was abolished. Right? The imprisonment of black men, mostly black men, but not only, but mostly black men in the 1860s was a response to their cry to be free, right? We didn't imprison black men when they were enslaved because why would you imprison something that's working for you, right? We allowed discipline on whatever manner to take place on plantations by the slave owner, him or herself. But once we abolished slavery, we created public prisons for us to collectively punish people as an act of racism in so many contexts. And we would trace the criminal justice reform, I think, backwards and recover that memory and reclaim it as part of our present, of understanding those roots as coming from that original evil from the founding, really, and before the founding of this country. But there's one last thing. I don't want to leave out Chief Perry and the issues of Native Americans, which it's so often the issues of reparations become overwhelmed by the very compelling issue of how to deal with the ongoing problem of not having repaired slavery or the enslavement of black people in this country. But the kinds of reparations that we might talk about for Native people have so much more to do with restoring sovereignty, right? And an identity as a separate national group or tribe or collectivity. And those sorts of collective injuries and the genocide of the acts of discovery, it was a sort of a lovely term that covers up that genocide and killing from the very beginning, those kinds of remedies look very different I think, than what we would look for in the context of how we have treated and mistreated African Americans. So I want to make sure that you continue to be part of this,
I'm just
this
curious,
conversation.
everybody, how do we, or we need to look at how do we provide a comfort level now that will allow us to set our people free? A good example, right now we're looking at systemic denial of education generationally.
Right.
So now we have people for unknown generations that have been encouraged to get out of school at 15 or 16. The only good living wage job you can get is, say, driving a snowplow for the town. But if you wanted to be a lawyer or a doctor or an editor or a professor, it's not there because you weren't allowed you were denied the education. So in effect, what you have is indentured servitude going on now. And for those people trapped in that sort of cycle, in that morass, what do we do to bring a comfort level, to bring enough strength to say, hey, it's okay to speak up. When Johnny drives a snowplow, I'm Johnny's cousin. Where are the people, what does the allies look like that step forward to resolve those forms of modern day slavery? And if it's happening for my folks, I'm sure it's happening for a lot of other people.
I fear that we're kind of talking around the main issue, though, because there are many people, including people on the right wing, like the Koch brothers, who support criminal justice reform. The First Step Act, obviously they support it because it's costly, right? So for a totally different reason. But the First Step Act just passed bipartisan, reducing mandatory minimum sentences, right? So when people hear reparations, which is this very controversial topic, I don't think they're thinking, oh, they mean criminal justice reform, they mean repairing society. What they're thinking, and what the public meaning, I think, right now in America is programs or benefits or a check or a deeper program that is allocated to descendants of slaves and not to other people. And I think that's the crucial variable that makes it, for most people who hear that term, controversial. It's not that it's just criminal justice reform,
What do you mean
right?
by most? When you say most people?
Well, reparations in America at large, it's a very contentious topic. People yell at each other on cable news over it. When they hear that word, I don't think they're thinking, we've been talking about criminal justice reforms, a lot of structural issues that exist in this country, but I don't think that's what people are thinking when they hear the word reparations, and I don't think that's what they're opposing when they oppose it either. So I fear we're talking around the most controversial part.
Well, clearly we aren't. I think what happens is a lot of these talking heads are people on television who don't know anything about reparations and haven't been involved in it. The people around this table, so to speak, obviously have a more holistic view, and the movement does as well. And if people who are legitimately involved in the movement were allowed to have more open conversations and allowed to be on some of these panels that don't include people who really know about reparations, I think the public would be much more informed about it. As far as the Koch brothers and what Jared Kushner and everybody does, they don't deserve credit for that. The criminal justice reform movement has been going on since, as you said, since we were first criminalized as a people after slavery. So they're just riding on whatever popularity that exists right there, but they're riding on the backs of those mostly people of color who started that movement over a century.
Well, the other thing I would add to that conversation, because whether it's reparations or any other kind of work on behalf of marginalized people in this country, is that there has to be some kind of PR thing that has to happen to make people sort of be more accepting of your humanity and your dignity and the rights that you deserve being in this country. And I always call BS on that. I don't need to make you feel better about what I'm rightfully entitled to. Right. And so there's a different kind of organizing model of negotiating, sort of organizing from a position of power. I'm not going to ask for anything that you are giving me out of charity. I'm going and fighting for something that I am deserving and that I'm owed. That's a different level of organization. I'm not asking to borrow $10. I'm asking for the money and for the land and for the support and the resources that marginalized people in this community. That's a totally different thing. So I'm not interested in trying to massage, even as a strategist, I'm not interested in trying to massage people's ego or package it differently in order to get what a human deserves in terms of rights and responsibility.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I mean, sort of the whole conception, as I understand it, hope I'm following this all, is of reparations is that it starts with the conception of a debt, right? So it's not charity.
Yeah.
It's never, I mean, even when
You're
you
not
go
doing me
back.
a favor.
The word can change.
We did y'all a favor.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to a slide that we actually compiled. Mark, you were just a second ago asking about what people. So we have some general ideas about the public perception of reparations. So overall, the opposition to reparations, when we're looking at a large group, is 68%. If we break that out, millennials are opposed to reparations by about 49%. Whites, as a general, are opposed by 81%. And we're looking at the public perception about reparations and those opposed to it. So at the bottom of that scale is 35% of people who identified as black say that they are in opposition to reparations. So looking at that, we see that young folks are getting on board. Black folks continue to be overwhelmingly on board, but white America not so much feeling reparations at the moment. Lorraine.
So that actually is sort of the basis of my question. As someone who does believe in the theory of reparations for African descendant and Native people, recognizing that we got voting rights, we got a form of reparations immediately following slavery, it was quickly taken back because of violent white supremacy. We had a form of voting rights again, civil rights again, Fair Housing Act again in the 1960s, which has been almost essentially eroded via the courts and through the resurgence of violent white supremacy and the respect for and the institutionalization of violent white supremacy 2019. Given that, and given Derek Bell's theory that's of interest convergence that says white people are only willing to support black interests so long as and up until the point that it helps white people, and as soon as it no longer benefits white people, they will pull back. What sense does it make under this reality to continue to push and invest black energy into fighting for reparations, which would have to come from folks who believe what we just saw on the screen, as opposed to recognizing, yes, it is owed to us, and just like any other assault or major trauma victim, it would be wonderful if the oppressor would acknowledge it, repair it, and allow us the space to move on. But if they never do, we still have to correct, heal, and move on regardless. And so my question is, cost-benefit analysis, do we continue to put another 100 of years into trying to get back what they took back in the 1860s, while we're losing ground and what we lost in integration because what we thought was going to give us in progress, we now no longer have our own businesses, our own economy, our own ability to employ our own people. We have lost so much trying to integrate into this space that has been so explicitly hostile to us. Is this more than a theory and a discussion, or is there actually something concrete that I will be able to say that my great-grandchildren will be able to experience the benefit of what we're arguing for now? And I do believe in it. I'm just saying, is this a space that we should be investing energy after the past 200 years?
Absolutely.
Yes.
A cost-benefit analysis.
I would say yes, until we burn it down and create something new. Then within the space and the institution that we're in, yes, you continue to seek grievance.
And also, I would add to that, how many centuries were we enslaved, sister?
Enslaved
before the
before
before Emancipation Proclamation, how many centuries?
About 200 as a country, but then there's the 1619 up until the country is formed.
There were some people in those centuries. Some people were born and died who were enslaved.
Yes.
I'm sure there were some who said, we never gonna get out of this. Yeah. When Dr. King was alive, there were some who said, we're never gonna change this. The price of freedom, as Frederick Douglass said, is eternal vigilance. What you leave to your descendants, your grandchildren and their grandchildren, is just that, eternal vigilance, to continue the fight. Other cultures do it. The indigenous people are here. They haven't stopped. So it's ridiculous. Those who are victims of the Holocaust don't stop. So it doesn't make sense for us. And see, that's why we still need to continue to fight for reparations. First of all, we never had it. The right to vote, no, we never had it. The right to vote, desegregation, the right to intermarry, those were not reparational. They weren't even considered that. As a matter of fact, the proof that they weren't is because they always threatened to be taken away. To be very specific, the field order, Marshall's field order, was reparations. 40 acres and a mule. We never got it. That was reparations. That was never given us. So we've not had it yet, and we can't give up the fight. One of the arguments that is being made in terms of what would be a form of reparations is education, is access to culture, is being re-educated about who we are. Dr. John Henrik Clarke used to say the greatest thing stolen from us was our ancestral memory. Not knowing when people lost everything in the flood in New Orleans, you know the thing they complained about, not the furniture and the cars, but the photographs. We don't know who our ancestors were, where we came from. So what reparatory justice would do, that could also be included. Who are we? Who can I connect with? Who would I have been if my ancestors were not captured and brought over here? That is something that will always be worth fighting for this generation, the next one, and on and on.
And some of that action, to my earlier point, some of that action, to my earlier point, you cannot give over to a government entity to do, because they're not going to have the same care and the same concern. Just as the sister who just asked the question says this all the time, or like you giving over education of your child to a system that is racist and doesn't, and doesn't believe that you are, equal as a citizen or as a human. So why would you give over your children's education to someone who is racist? The same thing. We can't give reparations in its totality over to an institution to control. We have to control it for ourselves and say what it is. And part of that's why I talk about what this current institution currently understands and moves with is political and economic power. And so the more that we advance in political and economic power, then we can control and set the table of what happens.
So I have a question, and this is also prompted by something in your writings, Noah, looking at reparations and seeing the strain that we're talking about now about empowering people and educating children in a culturally specific way that is in line with developing them as whole people. Are we calling reparations a sort of separatism by another name? Is it possible to repair and have one nation when people have been so aggrieved and obviously in need of correction? What does that do to our fabric as a country if something needs to be addressed in that way that is completely foreign from what has been in place to this point? Can we stay a united state if people are repaired to the way where they get their dignity and still be integrated into a country?
Brian, the reparations that actually were delivered to formerly enslaved people in the Sea Islands and in Davis Bend, Mississippi, were in the form of 40 acres. They were in the form of a mule, but they were also in the form of community safety and exclusion. So Sherman's field order said, you're going to get this land, and we're going to keep white people away. And so part of what I think we also have to be talking about is healing. And healing, I think in this context, can probably take place best with communities on their own. You don't need me there to help the African American community to heal. I can tell the stories, but I think for some period of time, Black folks need to be with themselves to figure out what this new world should look like. And that to me was just one of the fundamental crimes of what happened at the end of the Civil War is people were given land, lots of land, right? In these various contexts, Lincoln is assassinated, Johnson becomes president, and the first thing he does as president is grant amnesty to the former slave owners and give them their land back. And it was violently taken.
In reparations for slaves that they lost.
Exactly. Well, no, not exactly, because that's the one thing that they didn't get. But that was certainly the ethos of the time.
Okay.
But the idea then is that repair could only happen with the Black community themselves to build a free life. So
you can clarify something about something that I wrote, which is I don't think I was saying that reparations are a separatist movement. I think what I was saying was that the concept of reparations is inherently intercommunal, right? One, and as such presumes that a separation already exists, presumes that there are distinct distinct
Nation
identities,
state
distinct
to a nation state.
could be
most
traditionally, yes, from a nation state to a nation state. It doesn't have to be, but presumes a divide that already exists. It's a way to repair the divide, but because it presumes that a divide already exists, you have to organize politics around that existing divide. And I think that's the political question at the heart of what you were saying was, is that the most, just from a purely pragmatic perspective, whether emphasizing the divide that does exist and organizing around it is the best way to get the most practical results. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's underlying the question is whether that's right or wrong, and I don't know.
I think perhaps a working strategy, I was going to mention before you so eloquently sort of outlined it, is that I think we're a bit too egocentric with this reparations, in that, I know, don't let your heads blow up yet now, just wait a minute. It's just that there is a very powerful tool that's been used throughout history to keep people of color down. It's being used right now to keep people of color down. Now, what is that tool? It's this tool that Lyndon Johnson, let me paraphrase him. He said, as long as you can make the dumbest white man think he's smarter than the smartest black man, you will control him forever. That's the tool that is keeping us fighting about reparations. Ain't no white man in no nice house coming down here. They got a knucklehead coming down here looking for you. So what I would suggest is maybe in the terms of reparations, maybe one of the things that could happen is maybe a little better outreach in terms of general education. I'm not at all trying to suggest we put these people on par. These are people that specialize in hanging people. You know, and if you think about it, and I don't want to be mean to any white folks, but this is a fact. I've been on this earth quite a while. I have never met any people of color that sat down and said, hey, it's Tuesday, let's go hang some white boys. That's a white thing. And it's a dumb white thing. I'm just suggesting maybe you can hang it out a little bit.
I agree with, there's so many things to fix. There's so many systems to fix in America today. And that really seems like a separate issue to me than the pure issue of reparations. When I hear the talk of burning the system down, replacing it with something new, what I think of is not some kind of utopia where we've abolished racism. What I think of is Zimbabwe in 2000, where black militias marched onto white farms, said, rightly, you took this from us, we're gonna take it back. Right? They literally did that at gunpoint. And what happened? It completely destroyed the economy of the country. Zimbabwe used to be called the breadbasket of Africa. After that, it couldn't. Are
you saying that's what's going on with the reparations movement? You're comparing the reparations movement?
What I'm saying is you don't burn the system down. You don't burn the system.
I want you to continue the example.
So
and that if you're going to use the example,
I was continuing the example.
No, but I want you to explain why the
I was
economy.
about to.
Explain why the economy's back.
Okay, so, you march onto somebody's farm, you take their farm, they've been there for decades, they know which fertilizers work with the soil, which don't, right? Every patch of land is very different. You don't know how to do it as well as they did because it was their patch of land. Investors pull out because crops are failing. Now you're no longer the breadbasket of Africa. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why the economy.
But I still don't understand how that analogy relates to reparations.
Okay, just to keep us on track. I happen to know we have a question here, but I can tell you that since about 2009, white farmers have been compensated about $69.4 million for the loss of the land that they had taken from people before they got expatriated from it. And much of the impetus for that compensation of those farmers was to not draw the ire of the Western world and get reinvestment in Zimbabwe. So, we have a
and
question.
what about the fact that calories went down 45% for the average Zimbabwean in that period?
But what does this have to do? What does Zimbabwe have to do with what we're talking about right now?
Well, they've tried to do reparations,
example.
land-based reparations
It's
in
an
Zimbabwe,
example.
but you can't blame the reparations movement for the collapse of the Zimbabwean economy. You just can't.
Why? It's a direct consequence.
You've got random facts.
No.
They don't connect.
What? No, they're not.
Talking about
This
a
is
holistic system that was opposed to black people taking control of their own land.
You guys should Google Zimbabwe in the
have
2000s.
a corporate and a banking society that then decides that you taking back what it originally belonged to you means that I'm not going to invest anymore. That is the collapse of the economy.
colonial-
The collapse of the economy happens because a white institution and white supremacy says
Right.
you can't take something just because I had it, even though you originally owned it. So that's what that is. It's not just because they didn't know which seed to go in the ground. Are you kidding me?
So you know something
Okay.
that all of the mainstream historians and economists and journalists in Zimbabwe don't know. You know something they don't know.
No, but
I would say expand,
They took the
and I did
baseball
study
and
that
went
case,
home.
and I would say expand who you are reading about that.
Yeah, I think that the struggle for reparations is a legitimate struggle in and of itself. At the same time, there's the struggle around police brutality, environmental racism, structural and institutional racism. And to me, the key question I'd like to get a response is, how do you integrate? Now, as if Obama said, put reparations on the shelf and deal with the issues, the real question is, how do you link the two? How does the struggle for reparations play itself out in the course of struggling for land rights, for instance, for black farmers as well as Native Americans, the fight against police murder, the fight against the kind of racism that we see throughout the society? I'd like to hear if there are any thoughts about how that gets integrated, because to me that's the basic question.
Well, that's the part of what we know is that there is so little land in black hands. And because of that, black people have very little control over their own communities, whether it's how they're policed, what sort of stuff gets dumped in their water, right? And so one of the things I recommend in the book is that we increase the estate tax. And we tax what is the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth we have ever seen, ever, right? And most of that wealth lies, and you've got another slide somewhere that I saw go by earlier, most of that wealth lies in white families.
Right.
Why have white families accumulated wealth in scores more times than black families? Because of land ownership. Right. Here it is, the median household income.
So, of course, Ta-Nehisi Coates brought this issue to the forefront, and he, in modern times, he brought it to the forefront, couching it in the story and the truth of housing discrimination, and particularly the redlining. And we happen to know that household income is most often, household wealth.
Yes.
Most accumulated through land and property. And this is just one of the breakdowns of the wealth gap in terms of race. In the median income, household income in 2016, we're looking at Native Americans just over $39,700. Black people below them, just below at $39,400. And white Americans' household median income from that same year. The numbers
you
are
should
there.
actually have wealth numbers up there because the disparity would be much larger.
It would
Yeah.
be.
Oh, the disparity is
I mean, the
much
disparity
larger.
income is smaller than it is.
Yeah.
And I think also when you're talking about going deeper, right? Because the conversation, people think wealth gap just means, oh, he has $5 more than I do, or, more in his savings than I do.
Tell us the difference between income and wealth.
Rather than talking about the overall wealth, but there's also the strategic, somebody sitting at a desk and contributing to this conversation on even the land that black and marginalized communities do own, valuing it lower than others, which actually has an impact on our communities overall, because where do education dollars come from, right? So if that is when I talk about just saying racism alone,
right,
or just saying and not talking about the strategic ways in which this decision has to be made. A decision has to be made in terms of valuing land over another, and sort of talking about robbing people, or even the conversation on gentrification, which is a whole nother town hall, but talking about devaluing land that marginalized communities even own, which also strips of wealth.
No.
I think some of the discussion about economics ties into something that we've been talking about how open-ended the question of reparations is. Because from a business perspective, the business isn't based on justice. And it isn't. So if you're interested in wealth generation, if you're interested in sort of what conditions allow businesses to grow, allow people to accumulate wealth, it's understand in an honorable way, let's say, if not a just way, not cheating people. It's having rules of the road and an understanding that the accumulation is possible and knowing what will happen. A one-time decision, a closure that transfers wealth from one group to another is very different from an open-ended process that says this is potentially going to go on. We're going to discover more things. We're going to keep this process going. And I think I guess I take the opposite view of you about what people are afraid of, to the extent that people are afraid of reparations. I think people are less afraid of a sense that, there's going to be a check written one time to somebody who's not me. I think there would actually probably be more support if there were a sense that this was an end of the discussion, and that's actually not the end of the discussion, as you're saying. It is an ongoing.
It's similar to the Voting Rights Act, right? Think about how the parameters of the Voting Rights Act was, that it wasn't just simply about one event to fix. It was creating a check and a monitor in a way that allowed to monitor this process going forward, right? That you had to present a plan, of changing voting laws or changing polling sites or, drawing districts and things of that nature, because we recognized at that time that this was an ongoing, voter suppression was an ongoing thing that was going to happen, right? And so we created a system, if you will, to keep institutions that being the states, in check, because we knew this was a tool that would consistently be used. And so that's what I'm sort of arguing in terms of the reparations conversation, is that people in power in general are always going to drum up new different ways to keep their power, keep their wealth, and keep their money, right? And so it's an ongoing conversation. That's just part of the human condition, right? It's just the more power you amass and the more money you amass, you want to keep it. And so you're going to do everything possible in order to do that. And so that's why I'm saying this conversation overall, there has to be this ongoing conversation and not just a one-time thing, we sorry, here's something, and now we're done.
I'm a little bit.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Just on that theme, we actually recently had a chance to meet a woman from a community that has experienced reparations in the American context. It was a one-time thing that is in danger of being lost only to scholarship. So I invite you to take a look at this story.
On the morning of December 7th, 1941, my mother got a phone call from my sister's best friend's father, who was an editor at the Daily News. He said, "Tell your husband to come home right away." And my mother said to him, "Are you crazy? It's not even noon." And Mr. Wagner said, "No, really, you tell him that Japan just bombed Pearl Harbor."
Citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria.
The day after Pearl Harbor, the one family said, "We are loyal Chinese Americans. We're not like the Japs in apartment 52. And so then we used to go to school together and play together. They no longer, played with us. Some of the Japanese Americans were sent to Ellis Island. There were Japanese Americans like my parents and others who were here on the East Coast, many of whom were not put in a concentration camp. But there were effects financially and emotionally that were a kind of damage that was different from being put in a camp. Our neighbors were sending their daughters to a summer camp, sleepaway camp. And so they asked my parents if my sister and I would like to go. And on visiting day, one of the things that happened was everybody came to visit and take their children away somewhere on Visitor's Day. And so my parents didn't come, and my sister and I ran into the woods and we cried and we said, "Our parents don't love us the way real American parents do." Many years later, my mother was a widow by that time. And so she used to eat dinner with us every single night. And I said to her, you will have to fix your own dinner tonight because we're going to visit our children in camp. We think it's important to visit children in camp. And so my mother burst into tears, which is the first time I'd seen my mother cry. And she said, we would have come to visit you, but the FBI wouldn't let me leave Manhattan. And I said, what are you talking about? The FBI, leave Manhattan? And then she explained something that we had not known the entire time of the war, was that the FBI had my mother under house arrest because she was born in Japan. Because my father had been in the ROTC in college and because he was born in Hawaii, and so it became a marriage where my mother was made safe by the fact that my father was not going to get put under house arrest, but she was. How do you pay back somebody when something happens? How do you say, I'm sorry? And so the Japanese Americans who were put in concentration camps in the West Coast, they lost their homes, they lost their farms. I think we expect reparations to be tit for tat and you're repaying somebody. I think there's too many implications for what damage has been done to simply be able to pay back reparations. What we have to look at is how we define racism and classism and privilege and the idea that some people are entitled to one kind of life and other people don't have the right to have that kind of life.
That was Suki Terada Ports, born 12/12/1934. She's a force. So a part of that act was that $20,000 you saw to each of the 100,000 surviving folks who were interned in those camps, largely on the West Coast. But there was also an educational component to make sure that the story lived on. And another leg of that agreement was that people who had resisted the orders and were essentially outlaws were forgiven.
Right.
So that's the context of the act that the United States tried to make right for what happened to folks of Japanese heritage during World War II. We have a question here.
You mentioned that, it would take more conversation, more study to figure out exactly where we can allocate reparations from. But Israel didn't have to do that. So why do we have to do that? And when you mention Conyers' 1984 initiation of the reparations study, that's ridiculous. All these years and you're still talking, and now Sheila Jackson Lee picks it up? No more conversation. There's a reason why you have over 20 candidates on the Democratic Party, is because they lost their black base, and we are finished. We are done, and we will get ours by hook or crook. As Malcolm said, by any means necessary. I don't want to hear about what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about during former President Barack Obama's presidency. We are clear in that. Those two presidencies were a presidency for the LGBTQ, had nothing to do with African people, although we put him in office 98%, twice. So then I say to you Africans who are in the room, are you still going to take lip service, or are we going to rightfully take what is ours? You cannot mellow out racism. White supremacy invests over $1 trillion into itself yearly. There is no way we can dilly-dally with that at all. You are who you are. Be what you are. But we are coming into our own. And the new voices of independent black media and others are fed up. So either you're on the same page with us or we're going to run you over. I don't want to hear about institutions that will help us to educate ourselves a little bit better, to work within a white supremacist system. That no longer works. I know my heritage. I have certificates from 2 uncles who fought for our freedom during the American Civil War. My uncles did that. Lincoln didn't give us nothing. Those black men and women fought for our freedom. Two of my great-great-grandparents owned speakeasies right here in Brooklyn before the Irish came and rioted and took it from them. I'm clear on who my people are. I am clear on my heritage, and I want what's mine by hook or crook.
So, Reverend, I know that you have talked about what that would look like in a form of reparations that also includes, as we just heard about, an independent media that is not centered on stories of othering people of color. What else would be encompassing this idea of reparations? By hook or by crook?
You asking?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, and again, if you go to the website, IBW21.org, and you go to the Reparations Resource Center, one of the things it talks about is support for black media. And because that's a part of the process. A lot of, you know, part of our struggle again here as Africans in America has to do with knowing who we are and our own self-esteem. That's why we don't say anymore that we come from slaves. We come from enslaved people. And frankly, before that, I mean, that's if we're talking about America. We actually come from the first civilization that was ever here on the earth. The first, you know, teachers, doctors, lawyers, the first civilized and the first people to interpret humankind's relationship with God. Those people in antiquity are my ancestors. My ancestors came over here in the 1200s and 1300s before Columbus to hook up with his ancestors and establish trade between Africa and North America, the red people and the black people. But a lot of us don't know that. Right. And no matter what, you know, our sister knows her heritage and her lineage, but the average kid growing up, going to public school in one of these 5 boroughs does not know what I just said because it's not taught in our schools. We talk about STEM and math and science. What if we began to have taught in our schools that we were the first scientists? A black kid can look in the mirror and not be intimidated by math and science anymore if that black kid knows that she or he is a descendant of Imhotep. So those are the types of things that any reparations program must also include, educating ourselves. We can't become so self-congratulatory militant. I got it, somebody else got to get it on their own. No, we have to develop institutions using reparations to do it, and whatever else we can come up with until we get reparations to educate our young people that through education and through our own media, like this right here. This isn't on a major television Big 5 network, but this is an institution that ought to be supported so that people can get this information.
I'm closing in on 9 minutes, so we really want to get some more voices in.
I think one of the sicknesses in our society is this whole zero-sum mentality. And just to give you an example would be education. You know, affirmative action or people getting into higher education. I mean, I think it's a good thing, whether it's healthcare or education or training, for any person to develop their talents. I think that's a good thing. I remember my friend Woody, who's a professor at Virginia Tech, I asked him why was there so much opposition, more opposition now than before in terms of, say, affirmative action. He said in the 60s it was a period of expanding enrollment, and now we're in a period of more contracting enrollment. Now, I just had a question for Professor Catherine Frank, looking at the statistics there and the opposition of 81% of white people. I mean, if you're a white person, you'll be the representative white person, I suppose. So what, from that perspective, that zero-sum perspective, if it's not zero-sum, what benefit is there for white people for reparations?
It's an excellent question. Thank you for it. I think the project of reparations is really about setting us all free.
Yeah. Everyone.
It's everyone. Right? And it's absolutely for African Americans about being freed from the badge, the stain of inferiority that is the residue or the afterlife of slavery. that justifies all manner of criminal justice, violence, police violence, lack of education, all the stuff we've been talking about. But white people need to be free too of this history, of the burden of that sin. Not that we need to be forgiven, because I don't think reparations is the same thing as forgiveness. But I think we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves as white people about our responsibility for this racial order that has continued since the founding of this country. I did an event last night about the book and about reparations, and we talked a long time about white people's responsibility to be free from that history, and how these are conversations it's good for us to have as a mixed group of people, but we need to be having those conversations as white people to see this as our project too, not just a project of African Americans that gets forced on white people, but that we sign up for it as well. And it's true, your earlier questioner about that cited Derek Bell's idea of the interest convergence dilemma. He was a professor of mine and a wise, wise man. I don't want to be as cynical as he is to resort to this kind of zero-sum idea that we all have stakes and skin in this game, and white people need to see what ours is.
Yeah. One of the other questioners brought up the Israeli example, which I think is interesting as a point of comparison, just because at the time, very early in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, it was Germany that was eager to settle reparations with the Jewish people, with the state of Israel, because that was their ticket back to being part of the family of nations.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? They just lost an enormous war, which they started, and so they were in a position of needing that ticket back. It was controversial in Israel because it would have meant saying this chapter is closed. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of fighting anti-Semitism. That continued to be a process in Germany. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of even individual claims, that they're still going on now for things like stolen art and other property and things. But from a collective perspective of the German state versus the Jewish people, that was settled, and that was a very controversial matter. Malcolm Reagan was against it. So I think it does, notwithstanding the dramatic changes that have happened in the power dynamics within America, it does tell you one difference in the power dynamic, that it's shaped the other way, that you have an 81% white opposition to the idea, even independent of what it actually is actualized as, independent of whether it's
It's also worth noting that almost all of the successful examples of reparations, whether it was the very touching video we just saw, or whether it was the reparations paid to the victims of the Tuskegee experiments, when black men were injected with syphilis, have been to the specific individuals who were harmed, not to their grandchildren, right? My ancestors were on Thomas Jefferson's plantation. We can prove it. We have the documentation. The question from a public policy perspective is, in a condition of limited resources, where we are trying to fix the broken public education system, where we have healthcare costs that are so far gone compared to our peer countries,
which disproportionately affect black people.
Let me just finish my point. My point is that we can either allocate limited resources based on who needs it the most, or you can give it to someone like me because my grandparents were on Monticello. The second thing doesn't make sense, and doesn't make sense to most Americans, and it shouldn't make sense.
Well, I think that's absurd. Let me just address that. I think that's utterly absurd. And let me we out of time? Let me say it quickly. Let me just say this very quickly. It's...
Either one of you can say it quick enough, because I know what we have to go into. But we are literally on our last 60 seconds. This conversation, she's giving me a come on. It was 90 minutes. We can part 2 in the hallway, but before we do finish our broadcast hour and a half, I do want to thank each of you for being here and adding your voices, and thank you for your tremendous questions and your presence. It always goes by so quickly. And thank you to Seeding Sovereignty for collaborating with us on this project. Thank you for being our town in the town hall, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
This is Gunta Farah.
This is DJ Jam. This is DJ Extra. You're now tuned in to Talking for Curry on Bric Radio.
Barang.
Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
You are now tuned in to Talking for Curry.
Transmission begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check. Well, this is Bunchy Gal in the Black Spaniard all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Maderific, presidential and gallerific. Right now you're listening to the baddest program on the air right now. Talking for Curry. Check. Maderific.
Yo, this is KMC and you see right now it's all about Talking for Curry.
This is Conscience and we're talking for Curry. Big up on yourself. We're not right, no for nobody.
Yo, what's up? This is Major Hype and you got a lock right here on Brooklyn College Radio Talking for Curry. Say it fast, say it fast, say it fast. That's right, now you got it. Keep it locked right here. Talking for Curry. Major Hype, I'm out.
Randy Valentine representing for Talking for Curry now. Still pushing that vibration, still pushing that love. It's always live. 365 days of the year. The love advocate, I said, blessed love. Boom, 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 boom.
You know, a protege representing for Talking for Curry, and we say, we play what we want to play, when we want to play, how we want to play it.
I'm Etana the Strong One, and I'm talking for Curry. Keep it locked, and me say that.
Cranium, I say, I really want you to understand. I really need you to understand. I really want you to understand. Talking for Curry, you're number one.
Wait! Ma, this is pretty big enough. Talking for Curry. Out of Trinidad and Tobago, we going away, oh.
The show that certain artists are afraid to come on, Talking for Curry.
Clearly afraid to come on.
Marijuana.
Each and every Wednesday. I tuned in, Gunta, the two where you did send.
Huh?
The two tunes where you did send, should we play it or no?
No.
Yeah, sorry for that. Wednesday 8 to 11.
New installment Talking for Curry.
Jam on the inside.
DJ Extra of the Big Bad Iron Vibe Sound, the one and only DJ Extra in Brooklyn. I ain't know about these frauds in them out here.
International.
Representing some kind of false culture.
You ain't say international.
Frauds, I ain't know.
You ain't say international.
Well, everybody knows the international song.
And the Angry Rasta.
Yeah, Gunta Farah.
The Imposter Rasta.
Never.
The fashion dread when he wants to be.
Oi!
Yo.
Oi!
Wow.
Oi!
So Extra is my brethren.
I said when he wants to be.
Big up to everybody who have it tuned in. Tune in app, BCR, Katekwe, wherever it is you need to go. We were supposed to have an artist, but like I don't know, some of them real unprofessional. They ain't even send you a message, get you a call. But we go hear about you. We go get a burnout session earlier. I mean later, sorry.
I saw the man last night too.
Eh?
So I seen the man last night.
Right, we gonna talk about that. You understand? Extra, how was your weekend?
Man, weekend was alright. What was it? Friday. I rented out my lights to this dude who was throwing up. He was doing a music video shooting, and he wanted some uplights or whatever.
You want extra mic up?
No, the sound. Turn it down. It's a little bit too loud. Just like.
Oh.
Yeah, this dude he was doing a music video, and he wanted to rent some uplights. Rented that out to him, and then I went to this baby shower where they had this imposter, this fraud. Went in here, this dude play or whatever.
What was he at least good?
What was his name? Tell him what was his name.
The man was playing.
What's his name?
The man name is DJ Extra.
Okay.
But the man was playing compa music good and all that because he know them kind of tunes and stuff. But other than that, I don't see anything special. So. And then the work was the rest of the weekend. That's about it.
Okay, so that was your old. You just had one event in regards to that, and then work. Where I went, boy, I played out Saturday in what is the name of that place on it's on Utica?
All Nations?
No, not All Nations. Between Winthrop and Rutland is
Yeah, you was telling me the name last week.
Chris or something like that. I forget the name of it. Yeah, Big Up Rhythm Junction, South Posse Movements. The whole crew was inside of the last Saturday. Session was good.
Yeah.
Had a good turnout. Place was full. Vibes was nice. You understand? And then from there I went to a Grenadian session. Didn't finish till about, well, when I leave, it was like about 8 o'clock or minutes to 8 or something. So, and that was Saturday. Sunday I just rocked back.
Yeah.
Gunta, how was your weekend? We'll pass.
Damn, extra.
I have an out-of-box case.
Alright, send the man forward.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's
I know.
exactly. He got to get rotated to
you wanna do both one time?
Nah.
You don't think that will work?
Nope.
How come?
Two different. You understand? And to actually try to get both. I mean, we could try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. It's just gonna be a collision.
True. Yeah, but
and plus it ain't respectful to the next artist if he come on time.
Yeah, cause he pushed us to.
You understand? Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, the weekend was light. That's like, cause my friend mom passed away. So
Who friend?
My friend. Not your friend. My friend.
Okay, no scene.
Nah, my friend and their mom that passed away. So yeah.
So you went.
I was over there, and yeah, that was the weekend. That was the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday.
Yeah, which is a week.
Well, condolences to your friend.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And then you know what I ain't having a while? Rum.
Rum?
Yeah.
What kind of rum? VAT 19?
Nah.
VAT. Kunta look like he go get giddy off a punch. Just the smell alone.
Nah, single barrel.
Single barrel? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is domestic violence rum.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
How so?
Because that it has be at the root of all domestic.
What, single barrel? Not punching? I thought it was punching.
Well, it depends on where. Oh, so the family is Trini.
Yeah.
Okay. And they drinking single barrel?
Yeah. Single barrel Trinity Jam.
Yeah, I know, but nobody really.
Nobody what?
When it's punching available, who cares about anything else?
Nah, single
They
barrel.
had punching?
Nah.
That is why, you see?
Jam seems like you're punching.
When punching available, they're not drinking nothing else.
I drank enough punching in my life, you know.
Yeah, and you see, extra, that is why he can't gain weight. He hits a certain pound, you understand, and that is it. He stick there. He can't, is no going above it.
Yeah, I used to drink enough punching, though.
Some of your internal organs still ain't recover yet.
From the punch? Nah, it wasn't like that. Like,
nah, I say like you drink it for.
It wasn't like every weekend I was batting the bottle like
every
that.
other weekend then.
Nah, not punching. Not punching.
Brown water, dirty water.
Yeah, I was a Henny drinker. For sure. Henny was it. Henny was life.
You want to say Henny was life. Anything happens.
Yeah, man.
So
Yeah.
Big up friends of the show, because we've been trying to get or trying to sort it out somehow, but it's a lot of red tape we have to
cab running late.
To
I just read it, sorry.
Anyway, it's a lot of red tape extra in regards to how we're going to manage to get these artists in studio. And when I say these artists, I mean friend of the show, with Heights of Wisdom.
Nah, easy.
And
oh,